Chosen ones, you might be surprised, even skeptical to hear this, but the Matrix isn't acting, it's reacting to the burgeoning power within you. It's time to recognize that you're not facing a fixed, unyielding system, but rather a desperate, adaptable defense mechanism that only responds to your increasing light. If you've always felt like the world is pushing back harder on you than everyone else, and that your path is laden with impossible obstacles, this message is exclusively for you. If you're not one of the chosen, you might dismiss this as mere conspiracy or fanciful delusion. But if you are, prepare to weaponize this truth and turn the Matrix's own fear against it. Now understand this. The Matrix system isn't some monolithic entity with a central control panel. It's a far more insidious and nuanced web of interconnected systems, societal programming that tells you what's normal, technological control that monitors your every move, and spiritual oppression that keeps you disconnected from your true potential. But what the Matrix truly fears isn't some external force, but the inherent divine spark residing within you, the chosen one. This divine spark encompasses your intuition, that unwavering inner voice, your boundless creativity that seeks to express itself, your profound empathy that feels the pain of the world, and your unbreakable connection to the higher power that guides your path. This divine spark, this very essence of who you are, is the most potent threat to the Matrix system because it holds the potential to dismantle the entire system from within. The system recognizes that if enough individuals awaken to their true power, the illusion will shatter and its control will crumble. Consequently, the Matrix actively attempts to suppress this spark through a myriad of manipulative tactics, distractions like endless entertainment, fear-mongering through manufactured crises, and the insidious implantation of limiting beliefs that whisper you're not good enough. However, take heart, chosen one, because their efforts are ultimately futile. They can dim your light, create temporary setbacks, and even inflict pain, but they can never extinguish the divine spark that burns within you. In fact, those very struggles and challenges you've faced aren't signs of weakness or failure, but rather irrefutable evidence of your inherent power and the Matrix system's desperate attempts to contain it. The harder the system pushes against you, the brighter your light shines, revealing the cracks in its carefully constructed facade. The trials you endure aren't punishments, but rather the necessary forging of your spirit, strengthening your resolve, and preparing you for the great work that lies ahead. Can you feel it? The pressure, the resistance? It's not designed to break you, it's designed to make you believe you can be broken, but you are far stronger than you realize. Before we continue, take a moment to acknowledge your chosen one status and affirm your unwavering commitment to awakening. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the power that resides within you. Now show the algorithm that you're awake by liking this video, subscribing to this channel for more empowering content, and sharing this message with others who are also on the path to awakening. Flood the comments section with the phrase, "I am the threat," as a powerful declaration of your inherent power and a resounding signal to the universe that you are ready to step into your destiny. Remember, only those who are truly ready to embrace their power will take these actions. The sleepers will scroll onward, while the awakened will rise and act. These simple actions will amplify your energy, connect you with a tribe of like-minded individuals, and solidify your commitment to breaking free from the Matrix system's control. This message is a divine transmission, carefully calibrated to empower chosen ones like you to shatter the Matrix system's control and create a new reality grounded in truth, love, and freedom. The central question we'll be exploring is this: how can you, the chosen one, effectively harness your inherent abilities, that powerful threat the Matrix so desperately fears, to dismantle this oppressive system and co-create a brighter future for all? Let us embark on a journey of self-discovery, empowerment, and strategic action, recognizing that the power to change the world lies dormant within each and every one of you. In the content that follows, we will provide specific tools, techniques, and strategies for understanding the Matrix system's tactics, cultivating your inner power, and manifesting a future aligned with your divine purpose. By the end of this video, you will possess a clear understanding of your untapped potential and a practical roadmap for achieving your divine destiny. Chosen ones, what if the Matrix system's greatest fear isn't your outright rebellion, but the quiet act of independent thought? Think about it. Open defiance, while disruptive, is something the system can anticipate and control with brute force. But independent thought, that's a virus. It spreads subtly, undermining the very foundations of their carefully constructed reality. The Matrix thrives on conformity, predictability, and the unquestioning acceptance of its narratives. Divergent thought patterns disrupt this control, creating unpredictable outcomes and challenging the system's ability to manage reality. It's like a crack in a dam, seemingly small at first, but with the potential to unleash a torrent. Consider Galileo Galilei, a man who dared to challenge the geocentric view of the universe, the status quo of his time. His independent thought, his unwavering commitment to scientific observation, led him to conclude that the Earth revolved around the sun, a truth that threatened the established religious and political order. He was persecuted, silenced, and his ideas suppressed, but ultimately the truth prevailed. Galileo's independent thought reshaped society, paving the way for scientific advancement and a deeper understanding of the cosmos. Or remember Martin Luther King Jr., who dared to dream of a world where people were judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. His revolutionary thinking reshaped a nation. What about David facing Goliath? He didn't follow the conventional wisdom of armored combat. He thought differently, acted independently, and stunned the world. Psychological studies consistently demonstrate the power of critical thinking in resisting social influence. Individuals who engage in critical inquiry are less likely to conform to group pressure and more likely to make informed decisions based on their own values and beliefs. They are less likely to be controlled. They become free. This reveals a critical weakness in the Matrix, its inability to adapt to true originality. The system can co-opt and commodify rebellion, turning it into a marketable trend, but it cannot replicate or control genuine independent thought. It's like trying to contain water in a sieve. The very nature of originality defies containment. But now, the real question: how does the Matrix try to stop independent thought? The Matrix system doesn't just forbid independent thought, it actively sabotages it through the subtle manipulation of your attention and sense of self. It's a two-pronged approach, a carefully orchestrated campaign to keep you distracted, disoriented, and doubting your own capabilities. Think of it as a sophisticated form of mind control, operating just below the level of conscious awareness. The Matrix wants to keep you from accessing your own power. It wants to keep you locked away in your mind. First, it overwhelms you with information overload, trivial entertainment, and manufactured crises. The news media bombards you with a relentless stream of negativity, focusing on conflict, disaster, and division, creating a constant state of anxiety and fear. Social media feeds you a curated stream of images and videos designed to trigger dopamine release, keeping you hooked and addicted. Advertising preys on your insecurities, convincing you that you're not good enough unless you buy their products. This constant stimulation and comparison leads to a state of mental fatigue and emotional vulnerability, making you more susceptible to manipulation. Chosen ones, do you recognize the algorithm controlling your life? As Scripture warns us in Romans 12:2, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. This is exactly what the Matrix does not want. Second, the Matrix plants seeds of self-doubt, fear, and insecurity, undermining your confidence in your own intuition and abilities. It tells you that you're not smart enough, not talented enough, not worthy of success or happiness. It compares you to others, highlighting your perceived flaws and shortcomings, leading you to believe that you're somehow inadequate. This constant barrage of negativity erodes your self-esteem, making you question your own judgment and rely on external validation. Are you starting to see how the system works against you? The constant barrage of information leads to a self-perpetuating cycle of dependence on the matrix, making it increasingly difficult for individuals to break free. If the matrix system thrives on distraction and doubt, what are the specific antidotes that chosen ones can use to reclaim their minds and cultivate independent thought? The matrix fears those who think independently, but it really fears those who act accordingly. The first antidote is mindful awareness. Practicing mindfulness and meditation cultivates awareness of your thoughts, emotions, and surroundings, allowing you to observe the matrix's manipulations without being consumed by them. It's like stepping back from the screen and seeing the strings that are pulling the puppets. Mindfulness allows you to recognize when you're being distracted, when you're being manipulated, and when you're falling into the trap of self-doubt. Scientific research consistently demonstrates the benefits of mindfulness and meditation for reducing stress, improving focus, and enhancing cognitive function. These are all things the matrix wants to take away from you. By cultivating a calm and centered mind, you can resist the matrix's attempts to control your thoughts and emotions. The second antidote is critical inquiry. Question everything, seek diverse perspectives, and challenge assumptions, refusing to accept information at face value. Fact-check the news, evaluate sources, and identify logical fallacies. Don't blindly accept what you're told, but rather seek out the truth for yourself. This requires intellectual curiosity, a willingness to challenge your own beliefs, and a commitment to lifelong learning. It's not about being cynical or distrustful, but rather about being discerning and informed. Consider the story of Socrates, who famously said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Socrates challenged the conventional wisdom of his time, asking probing questions and encouraging his students to think for themselves. This made him a target of the Athenian authorities, who accused him of corrupting the youth and sentenced him to death. But Socrates' commitment to critical inquiry continues to inspire thinkers and seekers of truth to this day. The third antidote is creative expression. Engaging in activities that foster creativity and self-expression, art, music, writing, etc., allows you to tap into your inner wisdom and unique perspective. It's like unlocking a hidden door within yourself, revealing a source of inspiration and innovation. Creative expression can be a powerful tool for processing emotions, exploring ideas, and communicating your truth to the world. Consider Maya Angelou, who used her writing to overcome adversity, heal from trauma, and inspire millions with her words. She became a voice for the voiceless, challenging the status quo and advocating for social justice. By consistently applying these strategies, chosen ones can develop an unbreakable mind that is resistant to the matrix's manipulations. But take heart. Because beyond logic and reason, chosen ones possess a powerful tool that the matrix system actively seeks to suppress: their intuition. Chosen ones' intuition is not simply a gut feeling, but a form of higher intelligence that allows you to access knowledge and guidance beyond the limitations of the rational mind. It's like having a direct line to the divine, a whisper from your soul that guides you towards your true purpose. Intuition is often dismissed as irrational or unreliable, but it is actually a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of life. Think of it as an internal compass, guiding you through the fog of confusion and deception. Historical figures relied on intuition to make groundbreaking discoveries or navigate challenging situations. Consider Albert Einstein, who famously said that his most important ideas came to him through intuition, not logic. Or consider Joan of Arc, who claimed to receive divine guidance that led her to lead the French army to victory. The matrix system often uses fear, logic, and sensory overload to override intuition. It bombards you with conflicting information, creating confusion and uncertainty, making it difficult to discern your inner voice. But remember the still, small voice of Elijah. Sometimes the most profound guidance comes in the quietest moments. Chosen ones, listen. By trusting and cultivating your intuition, you can develop a powerful inner compass that guides you through the matrix's deceptions and towards your true purpose. But the matrix system's ultimate fear is not just independent thought, or heightened intuition, but the ability of chosen ones to consciously create their own reality. It fears your ability to create action from thought. It fears what you can manifest. The power of manifestation stems from the understanding that thoughts, emotions, and beliefs shape reality. It's not about wishful thinking or magical incantations, but rather about aligning your inner world with your outer desires. This requires a deep understanding of your own beliefs, a willingness to challenge limiting thoughts, and a commitment to cultivating positive emotions. It's like planting seeds in fertile soil, nurturing them with intention and watering them with belief, knowing that they will eventually blossom into reality. Consider the story of Nick Vujicic, who was born without limbs, but who has used his positive attitude and unwavering faith to overcome adversity and inspire millions around the world. He is a living testament to the power of manifestation. Or think of the biblical examples of those who spoke things into existence, like God creating the universe with his words. However, let's not forget that we are made in his image. The more chosen ones embrace their power to manifest a new reality, the more the matrix system's control weakens, paving the way for a brighter future. But we're just scratching the surface. In the next section, we will reveal the specific techniques the matrix uses to suppress your manifestation abilities, and more importantly, how to overcome them. Chosen ones, what if the feeling of never having enough, the constant chase for more, is a carefully constructed illusion designed to keep you enslaved? The matrix system thrives on this illusion, promoting a scarcity mindset that convinces you resources are limited and you must compete with each other for survival. This creates a state of anxiety and dependence, preventing you from recognizing the inherent abundance that is already yours. You become trapped in a cycle of wanting, needing, and striving, never truly satisfied, always chasing the next fleeting desire. Consider how advertising relentlessly bombards you with images of what you need to be happy, subtly programming you to believe that your worth is tied to your possessions. The media amplifies this scarcity, highlighting economic downturns, job losses, and resource depletion, creating a sense of impending doom. Even the economic systems are rigged to keep you in debt, making it nearly impossible to break free from the cycle of scarcity. Remember, debt is a tool of control. They want you owing, but God's word tells us a different story. The Bible speaks of abundance and provision, of trusting God to meet your needs. Psalm 23:1 declares, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This is a direct contrast to the scarcity promoted by the world. Now, let me share a story of a woman named Sarah, who was drowning in debt and struggling to make ends meet. She felt trapped in a cycle of scarcity, constantly worrying about money and never having enough. But then she began to shift her mindset, focusing on gratitude for what she already had and trusting that God would provide. Slowly but surely, her financial situation began to improve, and she experienced abundance in her life. Sarah learned that true abundance is not about the amount of money you have, but about your mindset and your faith. Scarcity affects your spiritual well-being. It causes fear, anxiety, and stress, separating you from your faith. This constant pressure takes a toll on your physical well-being as well. It is like a spiritual cancer in your life. It manifests itself in your thoughts, then your heart, then your actions. This is the path to burnout, exhaustion, and a weakened immune system. But take heart, chosen ones. How can you break free from this illusion of scarcity and tap into your inherent abundance? The key to unlocking abundance is not acquiring more possessions, but shifting your perception and energy to align with the infinite flow of the universe. This is not about some new age mumbo-jumbo, but about understanding the fundamental principles of creation. You must understand these principles in order to manifest your destiny. The matrix system wants you to believe that abundance is something you have to chase, something you have to earn. But the truth is, abundance is your birthright. It is already within you, waiting to be unlocked. So, let's break this down into a three-pronged strategy for activating the abundance mindset. First, cultivate gratitude for what you already have, recognizing the blessings in your life and appreciating the abundance that surrounds you. This shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, creating a positive feedback loop. Second, give freely and without expectation, understanding that the more you give, the more you receive. This is not about giving to get, but about aligning yourself with the flow of abundance. As you give, you open yourself up to receive. Finally, visualize your desired outcomes with clarity and conviction, aligning your thoughts and emotions with the abundance you wish to manifest. What you see is what you get. Visualization is more than just daydreaming. It is a powerful tool for creating your reality. Scientific research has shown that gratitude improves mood, reduces stress, and increases overall well-being. Consider, for a moment, keeping a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things you are grateful for each day. Or try expressing appreciation to others, verbally acknowledging their contributions to your life. Focus on the positive aspects of your life, even in the midst of challenges. There was a study performed by the University of California, Davis, which demonstrated that people who regularly practiced gratitude reported higher levels of happiness and optimism. This shows just how important it is to focus on what you have, not on what you lack. Take the story of Jim Carrey, who visualized himself receiving a $10 million acting job before he was a famous actor. He wrote himself a check for that amount and carried it around with him. Years later, he received a $10 million acting job. While not everyone will become a famous actor, this demonstrates the power of visualization to achieve your goals and manifest abundance. Now that you understand the importance of shifting your mindset, how can you protect yourselves from the Matrix's attempts to reinforce the scarcity illusion? The Matrix system will constantly bombard you with messages of scarcity, but you can develop powerful shields to protect your mind and maintain your abundance mindset. The attacks are relentless. You must be prepared. You must have your defenses ready. One key defensive strategy is to implement a media detox, limiting your exposure to negative news, advertising, and social media, creating space for positive and empowering messages. This doesn't mean sticking your head in the sand. It simply means being intentional about what you consume. It means protecting yourself. Also begin repeating positive affirmations about abundance, reinforcing your belief in your inherent worth and potential. Speak these affirmations daily and let them sink deep into your subconscious mind. Finally, connect with like-minded individuals who support your abundance mindset and encourage you to pursue your dreams. Community is essential for spiritual growth. Statistics consistently show the negative impact of media consumption on mental health and well-being, with increased rates of anxiety, depression, and body image issues. The Matrix wants you anxious. The Matrix wants you depressed, but you can fight back. Consider using affirmations such as, I am worthy of abundance, I am open to receiving all good things, and I am grateful for the abundance in my life. These simple statements can have a powerful impact on your mindset. Remember, words are seeds. The importance of surrounding yourself with positive and supportive people who believe in your potential cannot be overstated. These people will lift you up when you are feeling down, encourage you to pursue your dreams, and hold you accountable to your goals. They will help you achieve more. This is because their good energy will become infectious. Defending against scarcity programming is an ongoing process that requires vigilance and commitment. But what if the Matrix system is using your own natural desire for growth against you, turning it into a weapon of self-destruction? What if you're being manipulated even when you think you're doing something positive? Comparison, while a natural human tendency, can be weaponized by the Matrix system to create feelings of envy, inadequacy, and dissatisfaction. This distracts you from your own unique path and prevents you from recognizing your own accomplishments. The Matrix wants you to compare yourself to others. It wants you to feel inadequate. It wants you to be distracted from your true purpose. Social media is a prime example of how comparison is fueled and envy is cultivated. You see curated images of seemingly perfect lives, creating a false sense of reality. These images trigger feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction, leading you to believe that you are not good enough. Think about it. What do you see when you go online? I'll tell you what you see: people wanting what others have. It's not organic. The algorithm is designed for you to consume others to make you feel like you aren't enough. Remember the story of Cain and Abel. Cain allowed his envy of Abel's offering to consume him, ultimately leading him to commit murder. The Bible warns against envy, reminding us to be content with what we have. As Proverbs 14:30 states, envy makes the bones rot. This is exactly what the matrix system is trying to do to you, to rot your bones. This section has revealed the dangers of comparison. The ultimate antidote to comparison is not striving to be better than others, but embracing your unique path and living authentically. This path is yours and yours alone. The matrix doesn't want you to walk it. It wants you to be someone else. Self-acceptance involves recognizing your strengths and weaknesses, acknowledging your imperfections, and loving yourself unconditionally. Authenticity involves living in alignment with your values, expressing your true self, and pursuing your passions without seeking external validation. It's about being true to yourself, regardless of what others may think. But this is difficult. The world will tell you who to be. The matrix will try and define you. Do not let them. The power to define yourself rests in your own hands. Consider the story of Oprah Winfrey, who overcame poverty, abuse, and discrimination to become one of the most successful and influential women in the world. She embraced her unique path, living authentically and using her platform to empower others. The Bible teaches the importance of loving your neighbor as yourself, recognizing that true love begins with self-acceptance. Embrace who you are, including your flaws and imperfections. As 1 Peter 4:8 says, above all, love each other deeply, because love covers over a multitude of sins. By embracing your unique path and living authentically, chosen ones, you can break free from the trap of comparison and unlock your true potential. But what steps do you need to take now to put this into action? Chosen ones, what if the matrix system's most insidious weapon isn't money or possessions, but something far more precious and irreplaceable: your time? The matrix system thrives on keeping individuals trapped in a cycle of endless activity, preventing them from pursuing their passions, connecting with their inner selves, and fulfilling their divine purpose. It creates a sense of urgency and busyness, leaving individuals feeling constantly drained and overwhelmed. The time thief is very quiet and unseen. It subtly programs you to believe that your worth is tied to your productivity, to the number of tasks you complete, and the accolades you receive. This constant pressure leaves little room for introspection, for listening to the still, small voice within, or for discerning God's will for your life. You find yourself constantly reacting to external demands, always putting out fires, and never truly living in alignment with your soul's purpose. This is a carefully constructed trap designed to keep you enslaved to the system, preventing you from unleashing your full potential. Consider how demanding jobs steal your time, requiring long hours and constant availability, blurring the lines between work and personal life. Addictive technologies, like social media and streaming services, further erode your free time, sucking you into endless cycles of scrolling and binge-watching. Manufactured obligations, like attending unnecessary meetings or fulfilling social expectations, fill your calendar with activities that contribute little to your overall well-being or purpose. Think about how many hours you spend each week commuting to a job you don't enjoy, attending meetings that could have been emails, or scrolling through social media feeds filled with negativity and comparison. The matrix system wants you busy. The matrix system wants you distracted. The matrix system wants you exhausted. But God's word tells us a different story. The Bible speaks of Sabbath and rest, of setting aside time for prayer, reflection, and connection with God. Exodus 20:8-11 commands us to remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. This is not just an ancient religious ritual, but a divine principle for restoring our souls and reconnecting with our Creator. It is a reminder that we are not machines, but human beings created in God's image, deserving of rest, rejuvenation, and spiritual nourishment. Contrast this with the relentless activity promoted by the world, the constant pressure to achieve more, earn more, and do more. The world tells you that your worth is tied to your productivity, but God tells you that your worth is inherent, a gift given freely by your Creator. Let me share a hypothetical scenario of a woman named Maria who is working 60 hours a week at a demanding corporate job. She felt constantly stressed, overwhelmed, and disconnected from her family and her faith. One day, she realized that she was wasting her life chasing after money and accolades, neglecting the things that truly mattered to her. She decided to make a change. She started by setting boundaries at work, refusing to work late or check her email after hours. She also made time for daily prayer, meditation, and exercise. Slowly but surely, her stress levels decreased, her relationships improved, and she began to experience a sense of peace and purpose she had never known before. Maria reclaimed her time and used it to create a life of meaning and fulfillment. This lack of time profoundly affects your mental and spiritual well-being, leading to stress, anxiety, depression, and a sense of disconnection from God and your true purpose. It creates a fertile ground for negative thoughts and emotions to take root, clouding your judgment and hindering your ability to discern God's voice. But chosen ones, how can you reclaim your time and use it to create a life of purpose and fulfillment? The key to reclaiming your time is not about doing more, but about doing less of what doesn't matter and more of what truly aligns with your values and purpose. This is about intentionality, about consciously choosing how you spend your most precious resource. It requires a shift in mindset, from being a slave to the system to being a steward of your time. It's not enough to simply eliminate time-wasting activities. You must also proactively fill your time with activities that nourish your soul, align with your values, and contribute to your divine purpose. This is about creating a life that is both meaningful and fulfilling, a life that reflects God's will for you. Let's break this down into a three-pronged strategy for prioritizing and focusing. First, identify time vampires, recognizing the activities and people that drain your energy and steal your time, and setting boundaries to limit their impact. Second, prioritize purpose-driven activities, focusing on activities that align with your values, passions, and divine purpose, and scheduling them into your day. Third, practice single-tasking, avoiding multitasking and focusing on one task at a time, improving your concentration and productivity. Consider techniques for identifying and eliminating time-wasting activities, such as tracking your time for a week to see where your hours are actually going. Use productivity tools like time-blocking apps to schedule your day and stay on track. Say no to unnecessary obligations, politely declining invitations or requests that don't align with your priorities. It will feel selfish at first, but this is self-care. It is how you protect your energy. Provide practical tips for prioritizing purpose-driven activities, such as setting clear goals, creating a vision board to visualize your desired outcomes, and scheduling time for creative expression, spiritual practices, and meaningful connections with loved ones. This is about creating a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose, a life that brings you joy, fulfillment, and a deep sense of meaning. Scientific research on the benefits of single-tasking for improving focus, reducing stress, and increasing efficiency supports this. Studies have shown that multitasking reduces productivity by as much as 40%, increases stress levels, and impairs cognitive function. Conversely, single-tasking allows you to fully focus on the task at hand, improving your concentration, reducing errors, and increasing your overall efficiency. It allows you to be more present in the moment, more engaged in your work, and more connected to your soul. Now that viewers understand the importance of reclaiming their time, how can they protect themselves from the Matrix's attempts to drain their energy? What if the Matrix system uses people as conduits to drain your energy and keep you from reaching your full potential? What if the matrix system uses people as conduits to drain your energy and keep you from reaching your full potential? Chosen ones, psychic vampires are individuals who drain the energy of others through negativity, criticism, drama, and emotional manipulation. They may not be aware of their behavior, but their presence can leave you feeling exhausted, depleted, and discouraged. The matrix uses people as agents of control, subtly programming them to spread negativity and drain the energy of those around them. These individuals are often driven by their own insecurities, fears, and unmet needs, seeking to fill their emptiness by feeding off the energy of others. They may not be consciously aware of what they are doing, but their behavior can have a devastating impact on your well-being. Consider how psychic vampires operate in different relationships, family, friends, work, subtly manipulating conversations to focus on their problems, constantly seeking attention and validation, or creating drama and conflict to keep you engaged in their emotional turmoil. They complain incessantly, but never take action to improve their situation. They gossip about others, spreading negativity and distrust. They criticize and judge you, undermining your confidence and self-esteem. Common tactics they use to drain energy include complaining, gossiping, seeking attention, creating conflict, and playing the victim. They may also use guilt trips, passive-aggressive behavior, or emotional blackmail to control you and keep you entangled in their drama. These interactions affect your aura and overall well-being, creating energetic imbalances that can manifest as physical, emotional, and spiritual ailments. Your aura becomes weakened, leaving you vulnerable to negative influences. Your energy levels plummet, leaving you feeling exhausted and depleted. Your emotional state becomes compromised, leading to anxiety, depression, and a sense of hopelessness. It is like being tethered to a spiritual anchor that is not your own. The Bible speaks of guarding your heart and avoiding negative influences. Proverbs 4:23 advises, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This is not just about protecting your emotions, but about safeguarding your spiritual energy and preventing negative influences from taking root in your soul. This can be achieved by discerning and distancing yourself from those that bring you down. You can maintain your spiritual purity and move forward with God. Now that viewers are aware of the threat from psychic vampires, how can chosen ones protect themselves from psychic vampires and maintain their energy? You have the power to protect your energy and create an impenetrable shield against psychic vampires and other negative influences. This shield is not a physical barrier, but an energetic force field that surrounds you, deflecting negativity and maintaining your energetic integrity. It requires conscious effort, consistent practice, and unwavering faith. Let's look at a three-pronged strategy for shielding your energy. First, set boundaries, clearly defining your limits and communicate them assertively, refusing to engage in draining conversations or situations. Second, visualize protection. Imagine yourself surrounded by a shield of light, deflecting negative energy and maintaining your energetic integrity. Third, practice forgiveness, release resentment and anger towards those who have drained your energy, understanding that holding on to these emotions only harms yourself. You can set boundaries using assertive communication, saying no without guilt, and creating physical and emotional distance from draining individuals. Clearly communicate your limits, politely but firmly refusing to engage in conversations that drain your energy or compromise your values. Create physical distance from draining individuals, limiting your interactions and avoiding situations where you are likely to be exposed to their negativity. Create emotional distance by detaching from their drama and refusing to take their criticisms personally. You can practice guided visualizations for creating a protective shield of light, focusing on positive intentions and grounding your energy. Imagine yourself surrounded by a brilliant, radiant light that deflects all negativity and fills you with peace, strength, and vitality. Focus on positive intentions, such as love, compassion, and forgiveness, reinforcing your energetic shield and attracting positive experiences into your life. Ground your energy by connecting with the earth, visualizing roots extending from your feet into the ground, drawing strength and stability from the earth's energy. You can explain the transformative power of forgiveness and provide techniques for releasing resentment and cultivating compassion. Understand that holding on to resentment and anger only harms yourself, creating energetic blockages that prevent you from experiencing joy, peace, and abundance. Practice forgiveness by releasing your anger and resentment, extending compassion to those who have harmed you, and freeing yourself from the bondage of negativity. This does not mean excusing their behavior, but freeing yourself from its hold on you. By consistently applying these strategies, chosen ones can become masters of their own energy, radiating positivity and attracting abundance into their lives. What final weapon do they have against the matrix? We're just scratching the surface. Chosen ones, what if the most potent weapon against the matrix system isn't a strategy or a skill, but a state of being unconditional love? The matrix system thrives on fear, division, and control, but unconditional love, which encompasses compassion, empathy, forgiveness, and acceptance, directly undermines these foundations. It dissolves the illusion of separation and reveals the interconnectedness of all beings. Think about it. The matrix is a loveless world, and unconditional love is the antithesis of that. It is the ultimate disruption. Consider how acts of unconditional love have transformed individuals, communities, and even entire societies. Nelson Mandela, after enduring decades of unjust imprisonment, emerged not with bitterness or vengeance, but with a profound commitment to forgiveness and reconciliation, uniting a nation torn apart by racial division. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to serving the poorest of the poor, offering compassion and care to those who were often rejected and forgotten by society. These examples demonstrate the transformative power of love in action, showing how it can heal wounds, bridge divides, and create a more just and compassionate world. These individuals are true warriors against the matrix. Relate this to core Christian teachings on love. Jesus commanded his followers to love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who spitefully use you and persecute you. Matthew 5:44. This isn't simply a nice sentiment, but a radical call to transcend the limitations of human nature and embrace a higher level of consciousness. He also said, "Greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends." John 15:13. Love is the ultimate sacrifice. It is a force that knows no bounds, no limits. Let me share a relatable hypothetical scenario. Imagine a relationship riddled with conflict and resentment. Perhaps a family member has caused deep hurt or a friend has betrayed your trust. The matrix would have you hold on to that resentment, to nurture the anger and play the victim. But what if you chose a different path? What if you decided to extend forgiveness, to see the humanity in the other person, and to approach the relationship with compassion and understanding? This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but it does mean releasing yourself from the prison of negativity and opening the door to healing and reconciliation. The matrix attacks this state through manufactured hate and division. Now, how can chosen ones cultivate and embody unconditional love in a world dominated by fear and division? Remember, you are called to be different. Unconditional love isn't just a feeling, it's a practice, a conscious choice to open your heart, extend compassion, and embrace interconnectedness, even when it's difficult. It's not a destination, but a journey, a continuous process of growth, learning, and refinement. It requires patience, perseverance, and a willingness to confront your own limitations and biases. The work starts with you. Let's present a three-pronged strategy for cultivating unconditional love: empathy and compassion, forgiveness, and non-judgment. Empathy and compassion involve actively seeking to understand the perspectives and experiences of others, even those who seem different or opposing. It means walking in their shoes, feeling their pain, and recognizing their inherent worth. Forgiveness entails releasing resentment and anger towards those who have hurt or wronged you, understanding that holding onto these emotions only harms yourself. It means letting go of the past and opening yourself to the possibility of healing and reconciliation. Non-judgment means practicing non-judgment towards yourself and others, recognizing that everyone is on their own unique path and doing the best they can with what they have. It means refraining from labeling or categorizing people and instead seeing them as individuals with their own stories and struggles. Share practical exercises for developing empathy, such as active listening, perspective taking, and engaging in community service. Active listening involves paying attention not only to the words someone is saying, but also to their body language, tone of voice, and underlying emotions. Perspective taking means consciously trying to see the world from another person's point of view, considering their background, experiences, and beliefs. Engaging in community service provides opportunities to connect with people from different backgrounds and to witness firsthand the challenges they face. What about trying to volunteer at a local homeless shelter? Share guided meditations for cultivating forgiveness, focusing on releasing resentment and opening your heart to compassion. Visualize yourself surrounded by a warm, loving light, letting go of all the anger, bitterness, and resentment you've been holding onto. Repeat affirmations such as, I forgive myself, I forgive others, I release the past, I embrace the present. Practice loving kindness meditation, extending feelings of compassion, love, and goodwill towards yourself, your loved ones, your friends, your enemies, and all beings. Offer techniques for practicing non-judgment, such as challenging your own assumptions, reframing negative thoughts, and focusing on the positive qualities of others. Challenge your own assumptions by questioning your beliefs and biases, seeking out diverse perspectives, and being open to new information. Reframe negative thoughts by identifying the underlying patterns of thinking that contribute to your judgments, challenging those patterns, and replacing them with more positive and constructive thoughts. Focus on the positive qualities of others by consciously looking for the good in people, highlighting their strengths and virtues, and appreciating their unique contributions. The next section will explain how to deal with those who are actively hateful towards you, because negativity is often projected onto those who are among the chosen. Viewers now know how to cultivate unconditional love, but how can they protect themselves from the negativity and hatred that the matrix system often projects onto them? Be prepared, you are a target. The matrix system often uses hatred and division to control you, but you can choose to respond with love and compassion, transmuting negativity into a force for positive change. Remember, the matrix thrives on chaos and division, so your reaction is everything. It wants you to react with hatred. Responding to hatred with hatred only perpetuates the cycle of violence and suffering. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. Choosing to respond with love and compassion, even in the face of extreme negativity, is a powerful act of resistance that can disrupt the matrix's control. It doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather choosing to see the humanity in every individual, even those who seem lost or misguided. It is about recognizing that everyone is ultimately seeking love and connection, even if they express it in destructive ways. Provide examples of historical figures who responded to hatred with love and compassion, such as Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther Jr., King Jr., and Nelson Mandela, highlighting how their actions inspired positive social change and helped to dismantle oppressive systems. Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolent resistance, rooted in love and compassion, played a pivotal role in India's struggle for independence. Luther King Jr.'s commitment to nonviolent protest in the face of racial injustice helped to transform the American civil rights movement. Nelson Mandela's decision to forgive his former oppressors and embrace reconciliation paved the way for a peaceful transition to democracy in South Africa. These are not just historical figures, chosen ones, they are blueprints for dismantling the matrix. Relate this to core Christian teachings on turning the other cheek and loving your enemies. Jesus taught, "But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also." Matthew 5:39. This isn't a call to passivity, but a radical act of defiance, a refusal to engage in the cycle of violence and retaliation. It's about choosing to respond with love, even when it's difficult, and trusting that God will ultimately bring justice and healing. Share a personal story or a relatable hypothetical scenario of how responding to negativity with love and compassion diffused a conflict or shifted a difficult relationship. Imagine a situation where you're confronted with someone who is angry, hostile, and verbally abusive. The Matrix would have you respond in kind, defending yourself, attacking them back, and escalating the conflict. But what if you chose a different approach? What if you responded with calmness, empathy, and understanding, acknowledging their pain and refusing to take their insults personally? This doesn't guarantee that they'll change their behavior, but it does create an opportunity for de-escalation, connection, and potentially even transformation. It takes courage to respond in love. The next section will discuss taking action. How does embodying love weaken the Matrix's grip on reality? The Matrix hates love. Unconditional love isn't just a passive state of being. It's a powerful force for action, a catalyst for creating a new world based on compassion, empathy, and interconnectedness. It's not enough to simply feel love in your heart. You must express it through your actions, through your words, through your deeds. You must become a living embodiment of love in the world. You must be the change you wish to see. Embodying unconditional love in your daily life, through your thoughts, words, and actions, is a direct challenge to the Matrix system's control. It inspires others to awaken, break free from limiting beliefs, and create a more loving and just world. Remember, it all starts with you, chosen one. The ripple effect of your actions will extend far beyond your immediate circle, creating a wave of positive change that will transform the world. Provide examples of how love-based action has led to positive social change, such as movements for civil rights, environmental protection, and economic justice. Highlight the power of collective action and the importance of working together to create a better future. The civil rights movement was fueled by the collective action of people who dared to stand up for justice, challenge discriminatory laws, and demand equal rights for all. The environmental protection movement has been driven by the collective action of people who are passionate about protecting the planet, advocating for sustainable practices, and holding corporations accountable for their environmental impact. The economic justice movement has been propelled by the collective action of people who are fighting for fair wages, affordable housing, and economic opportunities for all. Share practical ways to embody love in your daily life, such as volunteering, donating to charity, supporting ethical businesses, and engaging in acts of kindness and compassion. These actions may seem small, but they have a powerful impact on the world around you. Volunteering your time at a local soup kitchen, donating to a charity that supports vulnerable populations, supporting businesses that prioritize ethical and sustainable practices, and engaging in acts of kindness and compassion towards strangers, these are all ways to embody love in your daily life and make a tangible difference in the world. Share Bible scripture of helping others. Remind viewers of their obligations to love. In Matthew 25:35-40, Jesus says, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me." Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. This is a direct call to action, a reminder that our love for God must be expressed through our love for others, especially those who are most vulnerable and marginalized. Remind the viewers that they have everything they need. This leads to the conclusion. This section has revealed the power of love. The final section will provide a powerful affirmation and call to action, empowering viewers to embrace their chosen one status and manifest a new reality. Are you ready? Chosen ones, what if the matrix system's most effective disguise isn't external control, but an internalized pressure to conform, hiding your authentic self from the world and even from yourself? The matrix system promotes a narrow definition of normal and acceptable, pressuring individuals to suppress their unique qualities, passions, and perspectives in order to fit in. This insidious pressure creates a mask of conformity that hides your true self, leading to feelings of inauthenticity, emptiness, and disconnection. It whispers in your ear, "Be like everyone else," when you are meant to stand out. It's a subtle, pervasive force that erodes your individuality. Consider the societal expectations placed on young women to conform to certain beauty standards. They are bombarded with images of perfectly sculpted bodies, flawless skin, and meticulously applied makeup. This creates immense pressure to alter their appearance, often leading to unhealthy dieting, excessive exercise, and even cosmetic surgery. They may hide their true selves, their natural beauty, behind layers of makeup and filters, striving to meet an unattainable ideal. Or consider the pressure on young men to suppress their emotions and conform to traditional notions of masculinity. They are taught to be strong, stoic, and invulnerable, to never show weakness or vulnerability. This can lead to emotional repression, difficulty forming meaningful connections, and even anger and violence. What a sad state of affairs. I recall a young man who loved to dance. From a young age, he felt an irresistible pull to express himself through movement. But he grew up in a community where dancing was seen as effeminate and unmanly. He endured ridicule and judgment from his peers, who mocked his passion and questioned his masculinity. He tried to suppress his love of dance, to fit in with the other boys, but he couldn't deny his true self. Eventually, he found a community of dancers who embraced his passion and celebrated his unique gifts. He shed the mask of conformity and embraced his true self, finding joy, fulfillment, and a sense of belonging. He found his tribe. The Bible speaks to the importance of being true to yourself. In 1 Samuel 16:7 it says, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." This verse reminds us that true worth is not determined by external appearances or societal expectations, but by the inner qualities of our hearts. Be authentic. This section has shown how conformity limits the chosen one. How does the matrix benefit? The matrix uses those masks to maintain control by creating a homogeneous population that is easily manipulated. It suppresses creativity, critical thinking, and dissent, making it easier to maintain the status quo. The matrix wants you to be a cog in the machine, not a free-thinking individual. The key to breaking free from the mask of conformity is not about rebelling against society, but about embracing vulnerability and authenticity, daring to be your true self, even when it's scary. Vulnerability involves showing up authentically, even when it means risking rejection or judgment. Authenticity involves living in alignment with your values, expressing your true thoughts and feelings, and pursuing your passions without seeking external validation. It is a conscious choice. This requires courage, self-acceptance, and a willingness to embrace imperfection. It means letting go of the need to please everyone and focusing on living a life that is true to your own soul. Consider the story of a woman who spent years working in a corporate job that she hated. She felt trapped, unfulfilled, and disconnected from her true self. She longed to pursue her passion for art, but she was afraid of failing, of not being good enough, of disappointing her family. She felt the heavy weight of the matrix pressing down on her. Finally, she decided to take a leap of faith. She quit her job, enrolled in art school, and started creating the art she had always dreamed of making. It wasn't easy. She faced criticism, rejection, and financial struggles, but she persevered, driven by her passion and her unwavering belief in herself. Eventually, she became a successful artist, living a life that was aligned with her values and true to her soul. To cultivate vulnerability, practice self-compassion by treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. Set boundaries by saying no to requests that drain your energy or compromise your values. Express your creativity by engaging in activities that bring you joy and allow you to express yourself authentically, such as painting, writing, dancing, or playing music. Practice self-acceptance by embracing your imperfections and recognizing that you are worthy of love and belonging, just as you are. Learn to love the imperfections. The Bible speaks to the importance of authenticity. Romans 12:2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will." God wants you to be you. Chosen ones can be authentic. How does the Matrix try to make authenticity seem bad? How does the Matrix attack authenticity? The Matrix attacks authenticity by labeling it as selfish, weird, or unrealistic. It uses fear, shame, and guilt to discourage you from being your true self. It wants you to believe that you are not good enough, that you are not worthy of love and belonging unless you conform to its standards. Do not listen to the lies. What if the Matrix system uses your own sense of responsibility and love against you, turning them into weapons of guilt and obligation to keep you in line? The Matrix system often exploits your natural desire to care for others by creating situations where you feel obligated to sacrifice your own needs and desires in order to please or appease someone else. This creates a sense of guilt and resentment, leading to burnout, exhaustion, and a feeling of being trapped. The Matrix is very clever. Consider how family dynamics can be used to manipulate individuals through guilt and obligation. A parent may constantly guilt-trip their child into fulfilling their own unmet needs or expectations, making them feel responsible for their happiness or success. A sibling may constantly demand favors or assistance, playing on their sense of obligation and loyalty. Or consider how workplace pressures can be used to manipulate employees through guilt and obligation. A boss may constantly ask employees to work overtime or take on extra responsibilities, making them feel guilty for not being team players. A coworker may constantly seek emotional support or validation, draining their energy and making them feel obligated to listen to their problems. You can feel this pressure everywhere. Imagine a woman who was constantly manipulated by her mother through guilt and obligation. Her mother would constantly complain about her health, her loneliness, and her financial struggles, making her daughter feel responsible for her well-being. The daughter felt obligated to spend all of her time and energy caring for her mother, neglecting her own needs and desires. She felt trapped, resentful, and exhausted. She realized that her mother was using her guilt to control her, to keep her from living her own life. She decided to set boundaries, to limit the amount of time and energy she spent caring for her mother, and to prioritize her own needs and desires. Her mother was initially angry and resentful, but eventually she came to respect her daughter's boundaries and to take responsibility for her own well-being. This is a difficult but necessary step. The Bible speaks to the importance of healthy relationships and boundaries. Ephesians 5:31 says, "Therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." This verse reminds us that healthy relationships require separation, individuation, and the setting of boundaries. You are your own person. This section exposed the guilt trip. How can the chosen one defend themselves against these techniques? The chosen one can defend themselves against these techniques by recognizing the patterns of manipulation, setting healthy boundaries, and prioritizing self-care. The key to releasing the burden of guilt and obligation is not about becoming selfish or uncaring, but about setting healthy boundaries and prioritizing self-care, recognizing that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Setting healthy boundaries involves clearly defining your limits, communicating them assertively, and enforcing them consistently. Prioritizing self-care involves engaging in activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit, such as exercise, meditation, creative expression, and spending time in nature. This is not selfish, but essential for maintaining your well-being and fulfilling your purpose. It is an act of self-love. To set boundaries Clearly define your limits by identifying what you are willing and unwilling to do for others. Communicate your boundaries assertively by expressing your needs and desires clearly and respectfully without apologizing or feeling guilty. Enforce your boundaries consistently by following through with the consequences you have established if someone violates your boundaries. Practice self-care by engaging in activities that bring you joy and relaxation, such as taking a bath, reading a book, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. Nourish your body by eating healthy foods, getting enough sleep, and exercising regularly. Take care of yourself. The Bible speaks to the importance of taking care of yourself. 1 Corinthians 6:19-20 says, "Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? You are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So glorify God in your body." This verse reminds us that our bodies are sacred and that we have a responsibility to care for them. Treat your body like a temple. What if the Matrix agents don't respect those boundaries? Chosen ones can set boundaries. What happens when the Matrix tests those boundaries? The Matrix will test those boundaries by pushing your limits, trying to guilt you, or threatening you with consequences. What if the challenges and setbacks you face are not signs of failure, but divine opportunities for transformation, a crucible to forge you into the powerful being you are meant to be? The Matrix system will often throw obstacles in your path, testing your resolve and pushing you to your limits. These challenges can be painful and discouraging, but they also provide opportunities for growth, resilience, and self-discovery. Do not be afraid of the fire. By embracing these challenges with courage and faith, you can emerge stronger, wiser, and more aligned with your divine purpose. You will be refined. Think about the story of a successful entrepreneur who faced numerous setbacks and failures on their journey to success. They lost their initial funding, their first product flopped, and they faced intense competition from established companies. But they never gave up. They learned from their mistakes, adapted to the changing market, and persevered through the difficult times. Eventually, they built a thriving business that made a positive impact on the world. Their failures became their stepping stones. Specific challenges can lead to specific types of growth. Financial difficulties can teach you resourcefulness, resilience, and the importance of prioritizing your values. Relationship challenges can teach you communication skills, empathy, and the ability to set healthy boundaries. Health challenges can teach you self-care, gratitude, and the importance of living in the present moment. Everything happens for a reason. The Bible is full of stories of trials and tribulations that led to transformation. Joseph was sold into slavery, falsely accused, and imprisoned, but he eventually rose to become the second most powerful man in Egypt. David was hunted by King Saul, forced to live in caves, and constantly faced with danger, but he eventually became the king of Israel. Jesus was betrayed, crucified, and died on the cross, but he rose from the dead, defeating sin and death. These stories remind us that trials and tribulations are not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new chapter. Chosen ones can transform from the trials they face. What are the final steps? This section shows how the Matrix will attack chosen ones and why those attacks are a badge of honor. The next section will provide a powerful affirmation and call to action, empowering viewers to embrace their chosen one status and manifest a new reality. Do not give up. The end is near. Chosen ones, what if the crises and conflicts dominating the headlines aren't always what they seem, but carefully orchestrated distractions designed to manipulate your emotions and control your perception of reality? What if things aren't always as they appear? The Matrix system often uses false flags events that are deliberately staged or manipulated to create a desired outcome. The end goal is justifying a political agenda, suppressing dissent, or diverting attention from other, more important issues. These events are designed to trigger powerful emotional reactions, fear, anger, outrage, and herd individuals into specific narratives. This manipulation prevents you from thinking critically and independently. You are being controlled. Consider the Reichstag fire in 1933. The Nazi Party blamed the communists for the fire, using it as a pretext to suspend civil liberties, arrest political opponents, and consolidate their power. It set the stage for the rise of Hitler. While the exact details of the event remain debated by historians, it serves as a stark reminder of how governments can exploit crises to advance their agendas. Or consider the Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964. The US government claimed that North Vietnamese forces had attacked American warships in international waters. This claim was used to justify excusing US involvement in the Vietnam War. Later investigations revealed that the official narrative was misleading and that the attacks were either exaggerated or did not occur as reported. The government used these inconsistencies to justify its position to enter into war. The media plays a crucial role in amplifying and disseminating these false flag narratives. They often fail to question the source or verify the facts. News outlets prioritize sensationalism and emotional appeals over factual reporting and critical analysis, contributing to the spread of misinformation and the manipulation of public opinion. This is why media literacy and critical thinking skills are essential for navigating the complex information landscape. You must learn to think for yourself. This is all part of spiritual warfare. The enemy uses deception as a primary weapon. Satan is described as the father of lies in John 8:44, and his followers employ similar tactics to deceive and manipulate humanity. By controlling the narrative and distorting the truth, they seek to sow discord, confusion, and fear, preventing individuals from recognizing their divine potential and fulfilling their purpose. In a world saturated with misinformation and manipulation, the ability to discern truth from deception is not just a skill, it's a spiritual imperative for chosen ones. It is your responsibility to discern. How do you accomplish this task? You must develop your inner truth detector. This requires a three-pronged strategy: critical analysis, intuitive guidance, and spiritual connection. First, critical analysis involves questioning everything, seeking diverse perspectives, and verifying information from multiple sources. Refuse to accept information at face value. Look for hidden agendas and biases. Evaluate the credibility of sources and identify logical fallacies. This requires intellectual rigor, a willingness to challenge your own assumptions, and a commitment to seeking the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Always be skeptical. There are practical tips for critical analysis. Fact-check websites, such as Snopes and PolitiFact, can help you verify the accuracy of claims and identify misinformation. Learn to recognize logical fallacies, such as ad hominem attacks, straw man arguments, and false dilemmas. Evaluate the credibility of sources by considering their expertise, bias, and track record. Seek out diverse perspectives by reading news from different sources and engaging with people who hold different views. Do not live in an echo chamber. Second, intuitive guidance involves tuning into your inner knowing, paying attention to your gut feelings, and trusting your intuition. Your intuition can often detect inconsistencies and deception that your rational mind may miss. It's a subtle sense of unease or discomfort that alerts you to something being amiss. Cultivating intuition requires quieting the mind, paying attention to your body, and trusting your inner voice. Mindfulness meditation can help you quiet your mind and become more attuned to your intuition. Journaling can help you explore your thoughts and feelings and identify patterns of intuition. Paying attention to your dreams can provide insights into your subconscious mind and reveal hidden truths. Trust your gut feelings, even if they don't make sense logically. It is a gift from God. Finally, spiritual connection involves connecting with a higher power through prayer, meditation, or other spiritual practices. Seek guidance from the Holy Spirit or other divine sources to illuminate the truth and provide clarity. Connecting with a higher power can help you access a deeper level of wisdom and discernment, allowing you to see through the deceptions of the matrix system. You can become more aligned with divine truth. The Bible contains many examples of individuals who relied on discernment to navigate deception and make wise decisions. Daniel interpreted dreams and visions, revealing hidden truths and guiding kings. Esther discerned Haman's plot to destroy the Jews and courageously intervened to save her people. Jesus discerned the hearts of the Pharisees and Sadducees, exposing their hypocrisy and challenging their authority. We can learn from these examples. Unveiling the truth about the matrix system and its deceptive tactics can be overwhelming and unsettling, but it's crucial to protect your heart and maintain your inner peace amidst the chaos of the world. You must find peace, chosen one. Constantly focusing on negativity and deception can lead to anxiety, fear, and despair. It's essential to balance awareness with self-care and to cultivate a sense of inner peace that cannot be shaken by external events. You must set boundaries, limit exposure to negative information, and focus on positive and uplifting influences. You can practice mindfulness, focusing on the present moment and letting go of worries about the future. Spend time in nature, connecting with the beauty and tranquility of the natural world. Engage in creative expression, such as painting, writing, or music, to release emotions and express your inner self. Connect with supportive communities, such as churches, spiritual groups, or online forums, to share your experiences and receive encouragement. You can also practice deep breathing exercises, progressive muscle relaxation, and cognitive reframing to manage anxiety and stress. Deep breathing exercises can help you calm your nervous system and reduce feelings of anxiety. Progressive muscle relaxation can help you release tension in your body and promote relaxation. Cognitive reframing can help you challenge negative thoughts and replace them with more positive and realistic ones. Find peace in God. Philippians 4:6-7 says, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." This scripture teaches us to trust in God's protection and find refuge in His love. Ultimately, the goal is not just to understand the matrix system and its deceptive tactics, but to transcend it altogether to create a new reality based on truth, love, and divine purpose. What does this look like in action? By embracing discernment, maintaining inner peace, and acting with love and compassion, chosen ones can disrupt the matrix's control and pave the way for a brighter future. You must focus on creating positive change in your own lives, inspiring others to awaken, and working together to build a more just and equitable world. This is about action. Individuals and communities are creating positive change in the world through acts of kindness, compassion, and social activism. People are volunteering their time to help those in need, supporting ethical businesses that prioritize people and the planet over profit, and advocating for policies that promote social justice and environmental sustainability. You can find and support them. You can contribute to a more loving and just world. Volunteer your time at a local charity or non-profit organization. Support ethical businesses that align with your values. Advocate for positive change by contacting your elected officials and expressing your views. Practice kindness and compassion in your daily interactions with others. The Bible teaches about changing the world for the better. Matthew 5:16 says, "In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This scripture reminds us that our actions can have a positive impact on the world and inspire others to do good. The next section will provide a powerful affirmation and call to action, empowering viewers to embrace their chosen one status and manifest a new reality. The video will lead to the conclusion, chosen one. Chosen one, what if the matrix system isn't just feeding you lies, but repeating those lies so often that they become your perceived truth? What if a core tactic is the constant repetition of falsehoods designed to embed themselves into your subconscious? The matrix system uses this constant repetition of key messages and narratives to create echo chambers. These echo chambers reinforce limiting beliefs and prevent you from questioning the status quo. These exist in media, social circles, and even within your own mind, creating a sense of confirmation bias. It becomes difficult to break free from the matrix's control because you are constantly bombarded with the same information, regardless of its veracity. The effect is that you are subtly and consistently programmed to accept certain beliefs as facts, making it incredibly challenging to discern truth from manipulation. This constant reinforcement shapes your perceptions and limits your ability to think critically. Consider how advertising uses repetition to create brand recognition. Companies spend millions repeating the same slogans and images until they become ingrained in your memory. The goal isn't always to present a superior product. The goal is to make you remember their brand when you're making a purchase. Even if the product is mediocre, the constant exposure can influence your behavior. This is why you might choose a familiar brand over a less known, but potentially better alternative. The same principle applies to political propaganda. Misinformation campaigns rely on repetition to spread their message and manipulate public opinion. False claims are repeated endlessly through various channels, eventually leading people to believe them, even if they are demonstrably false. The more often you hear something, the more likely you are to accept it as true, regardless of the evidence. Psychologists call this the illusory truth effect. Repeated statements are more likely to be believed, regardless of their veracity. This effect highlights the power of repetition in shaping our beliefs and perceptions. The matrix system exploits this psychological principle to maintain its control. Think about the impact of repeated negative messages on your self-esteem. If you constantly hear that you are not good enough, you will eventually start to believe it, even if it's not true. The same is true for societal beliefs. If you are constantly told that success requires compromising your values, you will begin to accept that as a reality, even if it contradicts your inner knowing. The key to breaking free from the matrix's echo chambers is not about isolating yourself from information, but about actively seeking diverse perspectives and challenging your own assumptions. This requires a proactive approach to seeking truth. To start, you must intentionally expose yourself to a variety of news sources, opinions, and perspectives, even those that contradict your own beliefs. Read books, articles, and blogs from different viewpoints, and engage in conversations with people who hold different opinions. Don't just stick to the sources that confirm your existing beliefs. Challenge yourself to consider alternative explanations and perspectives. This might mean reading news from different countries, engaging with people from different cultural backgrounds, or exploring topics that you typically avoid. Then, question your own beliefs and assumptions and be willing to consider alternative explanations. Ask yourself, why do I believe this? And what evidence supports this belief? This is about developing a critical mindset and being willing to challenge your own internal narratives. When you encounter a new idea, don't just accept it at face value. Ask yourself why you believe it, where that belief came from, and whether there is any evidence to support it. Be willing to question the foundations of your own worldview. Finally, embrace intellectual humility. Recognize the limits of your own knowledge and be open to learning from others. Acknowledge that you may be wrong and be willing to change your mind when presented with new information. This is about cultivating a spirit of open-mindedness and curiosity. Recognize that you don't have all the answers and that there is always more to learn. Be willing to admit when you are wrong and to change your mind when presented with new information. Embrace the possibility that your current beliefs may be incomplete or even inaccurate. For practical tips, use news aggregators that offer a variety of perspectives. Follow people with different opinions on social media. Read books from different cultures and viewpoints. For challenging your assumptions, try the 5 whys method, where you repeatedly ask why to get to the root cause of a belief. Biblically, consider the wisdom found in Proverbs 12:15. The way of fools seems right to them, but the wise listen to advice. This scripture emphasizes the importance of seeking counsel and being open to different perspectives. Challenging your deeply held beliefs can create a state of cognitive dissonance, a feeling of discomfort and unease when confronted with conflicting information. Chosen one, this is normal. It's part of the process. Cognitive dissonance is a natural human response to conflicting beliefs, and it can manifest as anxiety, anger, or defensiveness. Recognize these feelings and approach them with compassion and understanding, rather than trying to suppress or deny them. The goal is to reconcile conflicting beliefs in a way that promotes growth, understanding, and emotional equilibrium. When you encounter information that challenges your beliefs, you may experience a range of emotions, from mild discomfort to intense anxiety. These feelings are a sign that your beliefs are being challenged, and it's important to acknowledge them rather than trying to push them away. Cognitive dissonance affects human behavior, leading to rationalization, denial, and selective exposure. To navigate it, acknowledge the discomfort and allow yourself to feel it. Seek additional information and perspectives to gain a more complete understanding. Be willing to revise your beliefs in light of new evidence. Focus on the values that underlie your beliefs, rather than clinging to the beliefs themselves. Remember, your core values are more important than any specific belief. What principles guide your life? Focus on those and let go of beliefs that no longer serve you. Many individuals navigated cognitive dissonance and emerged with a stronger and more nuanced understanding of the world. The key is to approach these challenges with a spirit of curiosity and a willingness to learn. Share your stories in the comments below. What if the matrix system isn't just trying to control you individually, but also actively working to divide you from others, weakening your collective power and preventing you from uniting against it? Propose this as a specific, calculated tactic. The matrix system uses a divide-and-conquer strategy to exploit differences in race, religion, politics, and other social categories to create conflict and animosity between groups. This prevents individuals from recognizing their shared humanity and working together to create positive change. This tactic is designed to keep you isolated and prevent you from forming alliances that could challenge the system's control. The goal is to create a climate of fear and distrust, making it difficult for people to come together and build a better world. Consider the colonization of indigenous populations. European powers exploited existing tribal rivalries to maintain control over vast territories. By playing one group against another, they were able to prevent unified resistance. Or consider how the media and political systems amplify these divisions, focusing on conflict and negativity rather than common ground and collaboration. This constant focus on division reinforces existing biases and prevents individuals from seeing the bigger picture. Social media algorithms can create filter bubbles, reinforcing existing biases and preventing you from encountering different perspectives. You are only seeing content that confirms your existing beliefs, making it even harder to break free from the matrix's control. But here's what most people miss. This division is not organic. It is manufactured. It is a deliberate strategy designed to keep you from realizing your true power. The key to overcoming the matrix's divide and conquer strategy is not about ignoring differences, but about building bridges of understanding and fostering unity and collaboration in a world of division. Building bridges leads to tearing down walls. First, cultivate empathy and compassion. Actively seek to understand the perspectives and experiences of others, even those who seem different or opposing. Recognize their shared humanity and extend compassion to their suffering. Try to put yourself in their shoes and understand their motivations and experiences. This requires a willingness to listen without judgment and to see the world from their perspective. Second, engage in dialogue and communication. Engage in respectful dialogue and open communication with people from different backgrounds and viewpoints. Listen actively, ask questions, and seek common ground. Avoid personal attacks and focus on issues rather than individuals. Seek to understand rather than to persuade. This requires a willingness to engage in difficult conversations and to listen to perspectives that challenge your own. Third, focus on collaboration and action. Work together with others to achieve shared goals and create positive change in the world. Focus on common values and work towards a common vision. Find areas where you can agree and work together to create a better future. This requires a willingness to set aside your differences and to focus on the things that unite you. For cultivating empathy, practice active listening, volunteer in diverse communities, and read stories from different perspectives. For respectful dialogue, avoid personal attacks, focus on issues rather than individuals, and seek to understand rather than to persuade. As Ephesians 4:2-3 urges, be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. Make every effort to keep the unity of the Spirit through the bond of peace. This scripture emphasizes the importance of humility, patience, and love in fostering unity. Remember, chosen one, the matrix system wants you to believe that your actions don't matter, that you're just one person in a vast and uncaring world. But the truth is, even the smallest act of love and kindness can create a ripple effect that transforms the world. Do not underestimate your power. Every thought, word, and action has an impact on the world around you, creating a ripple effect that extends far beyond your immediate surroundings. By choosing to act with love, compassion, and kindness, you can inspire others to do the same, creating a positive feedback loop that transforms individuals, communities, and ultimately, the world. Think of a pebble dropped into a pond. The ripples spread outwards, affecting everything in their path. Your actions are like that pebble. They may seem small, but they have the power to create significant change. One act of forgiveness can end a conflict. A small donation can fund a life-saving initiative. Individuals are inspired to change their lives after witnessing an act of love or compassion. This all connects to the concept of collective consciousness. The more people who choose to act with love and compassion, the more positive energy will be created in the world, and the more likely it is that others will be inspired to do the same. This creates a virtuous cycle of positive change. What we'll discover next is even more shocking: how the matrix system attempts to hijack your very thoughts. The final section will provide a powerful affirmation and call to action, empowering viewers to embrace their chosen one status and manifest a new reality. Chosen one, what if the very qualities that make you a light in this world are the exact things the matrix system seeks to exploit? What if your greatest strengths are being twisted into your biggest weaknesses? What if the very qualities that make you a chosen one, your empathy, your compassion, your desire to help others, are being subtly manipulated by the matrix system to keep you trapped and disempowered? The matrix system often preys on the chosen one's virtues, twisting them into vices that undermine their well-being and prevent them from fulfilling their purpose. This is a core tactic. The matrix weaponizes your light against you. It makes doing good feel bad. Consider this: empathy can be exploited to create emotional exhaustion. You over-empathize with others to the point of feeling their emotions as your own, leading to anxiety and overwhelm. It feels like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Compassion can be twisted into enabling harmful behavior. You constantly put others' needs before your own, neglecting your own well-being and sacrificing your dreams. You become a doormat for those who take advantage of your kindness. The desire to help others can lead to self-sacrifice and burnout. You spread yourself so thin that you have nothing left to give, leaving you feeling resentful, taken advantage of, or depleted. You lose sight of your own goals and priorities. What the matrix does is make you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. Think of the countless caregivers who burn out from constantly putting others' needs before their own. They become so focused on helping others that they neglect their own physical and emotional health, leading to exhaustion, resentment, and a diminished capacity to care for anyone, including themselves. Or consider the activists who become so consumed by their cause that they neglect their personal relationships and well-being, leading to isolation, burnout, and a loss of perspective. They become so focused on fighting for what they believe in that they forget to take care of themselves. The Bible is filled with stories of those who were taken advantage of because of their good nature. Think of the Good Samaritan, who selflessly helped a stranger in need, but risked his own safety and resources in doing so. Or consider the story of Jesus himself, who was crucified for his compassion and forgiveness. These stories remind us that even the purest of intentions can be exploited by those who seek to harm us. But here's what most people miss. The Matrix doesn't want you to stop being virtuous. It wants you to be ineffectively virtuous. The Chosen One is now aware that their virtues are targets. So how can Chosen Ones recognize these virtue traps and reclaim their power? The key to reclaiming your virtues is not about suppressing them, but about setting healthy boundaries and protecting your energy so you can use your strengths effectively without being exploited. You must find balance. The Matrix wants you exhausted and ineffective. Don't give it what it wants. Awareness is key. Recognize when your virtues are being exploited and identifying the patterns of manipulation. Pay attention to your emotions and energy levels. Are you feeling drained, resentful, or taken advantage of? These are signs that your boundaries are being crossed. Are you constantly putting others' needs before your own, neglecting your own well-being? This is a sign that you are falling into a virtue trap. Boundaries are essential. Set clear limits on what you are willing to give and do for others. Learn to say no without guilt or explanation. This is about protecting your energy and prioritizing your own well-being. It's not selfish, it's self-preservation, and self-care is vital. Prioritize your own well-being and engaging in activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit. This will help you maintain your energy and emotional resilience. Make time for activities that bring you joy, relaxation, and rejuvenation. For setting boundaries, use assertive communication, practicing self-compassion, and seeking support from trusted friends or mentors. Clearly and respectfully communicate your needs and limits to others. Don't be afraid to say no when you are feeling overwhelmed or taken advantage of. Be kind to yourself and recognize that you are worthy of love, respect, and care. Don't beat yourself up for setting boundaries or prioritizing your own needs. And for practicing self-care, try mindfulness meditation, spending time in nature, engaging in creative expression, and setting aside time for relaxation and recreation. Focus on the present moment and let go of worries and anxieties. Connect with the natural world and appreciate its beauty and wonder. Express yourself through art, music, writing, or any other creative outlet. Make time for activities that bring you joy and relaxation, such as reading, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. The Bible speaks to the importance of setting boundaries in numerous passages. Proverbs 4:23 advises, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This scripture emphasizes the importance of protecting your emotional well-being and setting boundaries to safeguard your heart from harm. In Matthew 7:6, Jesus says, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs." This scripture teaches us to be discerning about who we share our gifts and resources with, and to avoid those who would devalue or abuse them. Viewers are learning to protect themselves. But what happens when they encounter those negative personalities? How does this play out when dealing with negative people? Now that chosen ones are equipped with these strategies, how can they navigate relationships with individuals who consistently drain their energy or exploit their virtues? Have you ever noticed that certain people seem to be drawn to you, even though they consistently bring negativity, drama, or criticism into your life? There's a reason for that, and it has to do with the mirror effect. It's a key dynamic, chosen one. Negative people are often drawn to the chosen one's light and positive energy because they unconsciously recognize what they lack within themselves. They may project their own insecurities, fears, and unresolved issues onto you, hoping to find validation or relief from their own inner turmoil. This can manifest as criticism, envy, or attempts to sabotage your success. They see you as a reflection of what they want to be, but they are unable or unwilling to achieve it themselves. It becomes a cycle of negativity. Consider a friend who constantly criticizes your choices. They may be secretly envious of your courage to pursue your dreams. They see you living a life that they are too afraid to live, and they project their own fears and insecurities onto you in the form of criticism. Or think about a family member who tries to sabotage your success. They may be projecting their own fears of failure onto you. They are afraid that if you succeed, it will highlight their own shortcomings, so they try to tear you down to make themselves feel better. This is all part of the dynamic of energy. We are all interconnected, and we all influence each other's energy fields. When we are around negative people, their negativity can drain our energy and lower our vibration. This is why it's so important to protect our energy and set boundaries with those who consistently bring negativity into our lives. The spiritual concept of recognizing the divine spark within every individual, even those who seem lost or misguided, is critical here. We must remember that everyone is on their own journey, and that even those who are causing us pain are still deserving of compassion. The challenge is to extend that compassion without allowing ourselves to be drained or manipulated. The matrix thrives on negativity. Don't give it what it wants. The chosen one understands the attraction dynamic. How should they act? Now that chosen ones understand the mirror effect, how can they respond to these individuals with compassion and wisdom, without allowing themselves to be drained or manipulated? The key to responding to negative people with compassion is not about condoning their behavior or sacrificing your own well-being, but about setting energetic boundaries and maintaining your inner peace. It's about walking the line between compassion and self-preservation. You must affirm a balanced approach. First, acknowledge their pain. Recognize that their negativity is often a reflection of their own inner suffering. Extend compassion and understanding without condoning their harmful behavior. Try to see the world from their perspective and understand the pain that is driving their negativity. Second, set energetic boundaries. Visualize a shield of light around yourself, deflecting their negativity and protecting your energy. Refuse to engage in their drama or take their criticisms personally. Don't allow their negativity to penetrate your energy field. Third, practice detachment. Release the need to fix or change them. Recognize that their journey is their own, and you cannot force them to heal or grow. Focus on your own journey and let go of the need to control others. For setting energetic boundaries, use affirmations, practicing mindfulness, and limiting your exposure to draining individuals. Repeat positive statements to reinforce your boundaries and protect your energy. Focus on the present moment and let go of worries and anxieties. Limit your interactions with those who consistently drain your energy and make you feel bad about yourself. For practicing detachment, try focusing on your own goals and priorities, releasing expectations, and trusting in the divine plan. Focus on what you can control and let go of what you can't. Release your expectations of others and allow them to be who they are. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it at the time. The Bible teaches us to love from a distance when necessary. 1 Corinthians 5:11 advises, "But now I am writing to you that you must not associate with anyone who claims to be a brother or sister, but is sexually immoral or greedy, an idolater or slanderer, a drunkard or swindler. Do not even eat with such people." This scripture reminds us that it is sometimes necessary to distance ourselves from those who are engaged in harmful behavior, even if they are members of our own community. Love them, but don't enable them. This shows the proper approach. You are building to the ultimate conclusion. You are learning to harness the power of detachment. Now that chosen ones are equipped with these tools, how can they use their experiences to help others awaken and break free from the matrix system? Your journey through the matrix system, with all its challenges and triumphs, has prepared you to become a beacon of light for others, inspiring them to awaken, embrace their power, and create a new reality based on love and truth. You can create a ripple effect, chosen one. By sharing your story, offering guidance, and embodying the principles of compassion, discernment, and self-love, you can empower others to break free from the matrix's control and step into their own divine purpose. This is not about preaching or proselytizing, but about leading by example and creating a ripple effect of positive change. It's about being a living testament to the power of love, forgiveness, and transformation. Individuals have inspired others to awaken and transform their lives through their stories, actions, and words. Think of those who have overcome adversity and shared their stories with the world, inspiring others to believe in themselves and to pursue their dreams. Or consider those who have dedicated their lives to serving others, creating a ripple effect of positive change in their communities and beyond. You can become a beacon of light by volunteering, mentoring, creating art, writing books, or simply offering a listening ear to someone in need. Find a cause that you are passionate about and dedicate your time and energy to it. Share your knowledge and experience with others, helping them to grow and develop. Express your creativity through art, music, writing, or any other medium that resonates with you. Listen to others with compassion and understanding, offering support and encouragement. As Matthew 5:14-16 says, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Don't hide your light. Let it shine brightly for all to see, but we're just scratching the surface of your potential. The next section will provide a powerful affirmation and call to action, empowering viewers to embrace their chosen one status and manifest a new reality. The video will lead to the conclusion, but be warned, you're not ready for what we're about to reveal. Chosen one, what if the matrix system isn't just trying to control your thoughts, but actively manipulating your emotions to dictate your actions, turning you into a puppet dancing to its tune? It's a chilling thought, but it's a core strategy of the system. The goal is to make you react, not act, to be predictable, not powerful. The matrix system understands that emotions are powerful drivers of behavior. It uses various emotional manipulation tactics like guilt trips, fear-mongering, gaslighting, and even love bombing to control your behavior and keep you in line. These tactics exploit your vulnerabilities and bypass your rational mind, making you more susceptible to influence. The aim is to keep you in a perpetual state of emotional reactivity, unable to think clearly or make conscious choices. It's a subtle but effective form of control, turning you into a pawn in their game. You are meant to feel helpless. Think about it. Guilt trips make you feel responsible for others' emotions or problems, leading you to sacrifice your own needs. Fear-mongering uses threats and anxieties to control your behavior, keeping you paralyzed and compliant. Gaslighting makes you question your own sanity and perception of reality, eroding your self-trust and making you dependent on others. Love bombing overwhelms you with affection and attention to gain your trust and control, creating a false sense of security that masks ulterior motives. The matrix is not about obvious aggression, it is about subtle erosion. Consider the story of Anna, a young woman who was constantly guilt-tripped by her mother for not visiting often enough. Anna felt obligated to drop everything and cater to her mother's demands, neglecting her own career and relationships. Over time, she became resentful and exhausted, but she felt unable to break free from the cycle of guilt. Or think of Mark, a man who was constantly bombarded with fear-mongering news stories that made him anxious and afraid to leave his house. He became isolated and paranoid, losing touch with his friends and family. And what about Sarah, who was gaslighted by her partner into believing that she was crazy and imagining things? She began to doubt her own sanity and became completely dependent on her partner for validation. These are just a few examples of how emotional manipulation can destroy lives. In the Bible, we see examples of deceptive figures who used emotional manipulation to control others. Think of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, who used flattery and temptation to manipulate Eve into disobeying God. Or consider Jezebel, who used threats and intimidation to control her husband, King Ahab, and persecute the prophets of God. These stories remind us that emotional manipulation has been around for centuries, and it's a tactic that is often used by those who seek to control, and dominate others. Now that you are aware of this kind of manipulation, how can chosen ones recognize these tactics and protect themselves from being controlled by their emotions? It is the next crucial skill that will set you apart. The key to breaking free from emotional manipulation is not about suppressing your emotions, but about cultivating emotional sovereignty, the ability to recognize and manage your emotions without being controlled by them. Emotional sovereignty is the cornerstone of freedom. It's about being the master of your own emotional domain, rather than a slave to external forces. This involves a three-pronged strategy. First, self-awareness. Pay attention to your emotions and identifying the triggers that lead to manipulation. Recognize when you are feeling anxious, guilty, or obligated. This requires a deep understanding of your own vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Second, emotional regulation. Develop techniques for managing your emotions, such as deep breathing, mindfulness meditation, and cognitive reframing. Learn to calm yourself down in the face of emotional pressure. Third, assertive communication. Clearly and confidently express your needs and boundaries without being aggressive or defensive. Learn to say no without feeling guilty or ashamed. You are in charge of your response. For cultivating self-awareness, try journaling, tracking your moods, and seeking feedback from trusted friends or therapists. Write down your thoughts and feelings and look for patterns in your emotional responses. Pay attention to the situations and people that trigger strong emotions in you. Ask trusted friends or therapists for feedback on your behavior and emotional responses. For emotional regulation, practice techniques such as the RAIN method, recognize, allow, investigate, nurture, or the STOP method, stop, take a breath, observe, proceed. Acknowledge your emotions without judgment. Allow yourself to feel your emotions without trying to suppress them. Investigate the source of your emotions and understand what is driving them. Nurture yourself with self-compassion and kindness. And for assertive communication, use I statements, setting clear expectations, and saying no without guilt. Express your needs and feelings in a clear and direct way without blaming or accusing others. Set clear boundaries and expectations in your relationships. Don't be afraid to say no when you are feeling overwhelmed or taken advantage of. Building emotional sovereignty can be challenging, and the Matrix does not want you to build it. How does the Matrix react to boundaries? Chosen ones are learning how to protect themselves. How does the Matrix attempt to undermine their progress through self-sabotage? What if the Matrix system has convinced you that you are not good enough, not smart enough, not worthy enough, creating a false self that is based on fear, insecurity, and limiting beliefs? This is the ultimate con. It's about convincing you that you are inherently flawed and incapable of achieving your dreams. The Matrix system often promotes a distorted image of perfection and success, leading individuals to compare themselves to unrealistic standards and feel inadequate. This creates a false self, a persona that is based on external validation rather than inner truth. This makes you doubt your true self and question your worth. It is a subtle but insidious form of control, keeping you trapped in a cycle of self-doubt and insecurity. Consider how the media, advertising, and social media contribute to the false self, promoting unrealistic beauty standards, materialistic values, and a constant need for external approval. The media bombards us with images of perfect bodies, flawless skin, and luxurious lifestyles, leading us to believe that we are not good enough unless we measure up to these unrealistic standards. Advertising preys on our insecurities, convincing us that we need to buy certain products or services in order to be happy and successful. Social media encourages us to compare ourselves to others, leading us to feel inadequate and envious of their seemingly perfect lives. Think of Emily, a young woman who struggled with body image issues because she constantly compared herself to the models she saw in magazines. Or consider David, a man who felt like a failure because he didn't have the same materialistic possessions as his friends. And what about Lisa, who is constantly seeking validation from others on social media, measuring her worth by the number of likes and followers she received? These are just a few examples of how the false self can manifest in our lives. Spiritually, this false self aligns with the ego, the part of us that is driven by fear, insecurity, and the need for external validation. The true self, on the other hand, is the part of us that is connected to our divine essence, our inner wisdom, and our unique purpose. It is the part of us that knows we are inherently worthy and capable of achieving our dreams. The matrix feeds the ego, which feeds your limitations. The chosen one is now aware of the false self. How can chosen ones dismantle the false self and embrace their true, authentic selves? It is the path to unlocking your full potential. The key to dismantling the false self is not about achieving perfection or meeting external expectations, but about embracing your authentic self, the unique and imperfect being that you were created to be. It's about loving and accepting yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. This requires a three-pronged strategy. First, self-acceptance. Love and accept yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. Recognize that you are worthy of love and belonging simply because you exist. You are exactly who you are meant to be. Second, self-compassion. Treat yourself with kindness and understanding, especially when you are struggling or making mistakes. Recognize that everyone experiences setbacks and imperfections. Third, self-expression. Express your true thoughts, feelings, and passions without fear of judgment or rejection. Allow your authentic self to shine through in all that you do. Don't hide your light. For cultivating self-acceptance, practice self-affirmations, challenging negative self-talk, and focusing on your strengths. Repeat positive statements to reinforce your worth and capabilities. Challenge negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones. Focus on your strengths and celebrate your accomplishments. For practicing self-compassion, try writing yourself a letter of encouragement, visualizing yourself as a child, and practicing loving kindness meditation. Write a letter to yourself as if you were a loving friend, offering words of encouragement and support. Visualize yourself as a child, full of innocence and potential. Practice sending loving kindness to yourself, repeating phrases such as, "May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be safe, may I be at peace." Find role models who are true to themselves. The true self must be protected. Now that chosen ones are embracing their authentic selves, how can they protect themselves from the Matrix's attempts to sabotage their self-esteem and confidence through self-sabotage? It's a constant battle, but it's one that you can win. What if the Matrix system has planted a voice inside your head, an inner critic that constantly undermines your confidence, sabotages your efforts, and prevents you from achieving your goals? This inner critic is the Matrix's most insidious weapon. It's a constant stream of negative self-talk that keeps you trapped in a cycle of self-doubt and limitation. The Matrix system often uses internalized limiting beliefs and negative self-talk to create a persistent inner critic that sabotages your success. This inner critic can manifest as self-doubt, perfectionism, procrastination, or fear of failure. It keeps you safe and small, preventing you from stepping into your full potential. It is the voice of the Matrix within you, constantly reminding you of your limitations and weaknesses. Consider how the inner critic operates in different areas of life. Procrastinating on important tasks because you fear you will not do them well enough. Avoiding taking risks because you fear failure. Staying in toxic relationships because you believe you don't deserve better. The inner critic can manifest in countless ways, always undermining your confidence and sabotaging your efforts. The spiritual concept of overcoming negative thoughts is crucial here. The Bible tells us in Philippians 4:8, "Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things." This scripture reminds us to focus our thoughts on positive and uplifting things, rather than dwelling on negativity and self-doubt. Viewers are now aware of the inner critic. How can chosen ones silence their inner critic and break free from the cycle of self-sabotage? The answer lies in reclaiming your inner voice and empowering your potential. The key to silencing the inner critic is not about eliminating it completely, but about recognizing it, challenging its validity, and replacing its negative messages with positive and empowering affirmations. It is about reprogramming your mind and reclaiming your inner voice. This requires a three-pronged strategy. First, identify the inner critic's voice. Recognize the specific thoughts, beliefs, and patterns of behavior that characterize your inner critic. Pay attention to when and how it shows up. What does it say? How does it make you feel? Second, challenge its validity. Question the accuracy and helpfulness of the inner critic's messages. Ask yourself, is this really true? And is this really helpful? Often, the inner critic's messages are based on fear, insecurity, and limiting beliefs that are not grounded in reality. Third, replace negative messages with positive affirmations. Consciously replace the inner critic's negative messages with positive and empowering affirmations that reinforce your worth, potential, and capabilities. Flood your mind with messages of hope and encouragement. For identifying the inner critic's voice, try journaling, tracking your thoughts, and seeking feedback from trusted friends or mentors. Write down your thoughts and feelings and look for patterns in your negative self-talk. Pay attention to the situations and people that trigger your inner critic. Ask trusted friends or mentors for feedback on your behavior and thought patterns. For challenging the validity of the inner critic's messages, use the cognitive restructuring method or the challenging assumptions technique. Identify the negative thoughts that are fueling your inner critic. Question the evidence that supports these thoughts. Challenge the assumptions that underlie these thoughts. For providing examples of positive affirmations that can be used to counter the inner critic's negativity and promote self-confidence and self-compassion. Repeat these affirmations daily to reprogram your mind and reinforce your worth and potential. The final step is freedom. Viewers are learning how to break free from the influence of the matrix. How does all this build to helping others? How can chosen ones use their newfound self-awareness and empowerment to create a positive ripple effect in the world, inspiring others to break free from the matrix's control? It's time to unleash your full potential and become a force for change. But what lies ahead is even greater. What's coming next is a secret the matrix has desperately tried to keep hidden. What if the matrix system has turned your social media feed into a carefully curated highlight reel designed to trigger envy, insecurity, and a constant need for validation? The system has found a way to get people to do its work for it. The system is designed to exploit the insecurities that it first created. The matrix system weaponizes social media by promoting unrealistic portrayals of success, happiness, and beauty, leading individuals to constantly compare themselves to others and feel inadequate. This fosters a culture of competition and a relentless pursuit of external validation, distracting them from their own unique path and inner worth. You begin to feel like you are always falling short, never quite measuring up to the impossible standards set by the influencers and celebrities that dominate your feed. The matrix knows that an insecure mind is a controllable mind. It turns your own desire for connection and belonging against you, creating a digital prison where you are constantly chasing an unattainable ideal. Consider how social media algorithms amplify these effects, showing users content that is likely to trigger emotional responses and keep them engaged, even if it is harmful. Filters, editing, and carefully constructed narratives are standard practice, presenting a false reality that is far removed from the truth. The perfect bodies, exotic vacations, and seemingly effortless success stories are all carefully crafted illusions designed to trigger envy and self-doubt. Think of the countless hours spent perfecting a single selfie, the strategic use of filters to erase imperfections, and the carefully chosen captions designed to project an image of effortless happiness. It's all a performance, and you are the audience. Maria, a vibrant artist, found herself crippled by social media. She saw other artists work with high engagement and questioned her own talent. Instead of painting, she spent hours editing photos, trying to present a perfect life. Her art suffered, but the likes kept coming. Relate this to biblical teachings on humility and contentment. 1 Timothy 6:8 says, "But godliness with contentment is great gain, for we brought nothing into the world, and we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that." Social media preaches the opposite, constantly urging you to acquire more, achieve more, and be more. It's a never-ending cycle of desire and dissatisfaction, a far cry from the biblical call to contentment and gratitude. Now that viewers understand the effects of social media, how can chosen ones break free from the comparison trap and cultivate a healthier relationship with social media? It is time to regain control of the narrative. The key to navigating social media without falling into the comparison trap is to practice mindful consumption, approaching it with awareness, intention, and a healthy dose of skepticism. It's about being a conscious consumer of information rather than a passive recipient of the Matrix's propaganda. Conscious effort is required. The chosen must adopt a three-pronged strategy for mindful consumption. First, curate your feed by unfollowing accounts that trigger negative emotions or promote unrealistic expectations. Intentionally seek out content that is positive, inspiring, and authentic. Be ruthless in your pursuit of positivity. Unfollow anyone who makes you feel inadequate, envious, or insecure. Seek out accounts that promote self-love, body positivity, and authentic expression. Remember, your feed is your garden. Cultivate it with care. Second, limit your time. Set boundaries on how much time you spend on social media each day. Designate specific times for checking social media and avoiding mindless scrolling. The Matrix thrives on your addiction. Set timers, use apps that track your usage, and create social media-free zones in your life. Reclaim your time and energy. Third, focus on creation, not consumption. Shift your focus from passively consuming content to actively creating and sharing your own authentic voice and perspective. Use social media as a tool for connection, inspiration, and positive change, rather than a source of validation or entertainment. The Matrix wants you to be a consumer, not a creator. Share your unique gifts and talents with the world. Use your voice to inspire, uplift, and empower others. Consider using the mute or block features liberally, seeking out diverse perspectives, and following accounts that promote self-love and body positivity. This can involve deleting accounts that promote harmful and unrealistic content. Experiment with using app timers, setting reminders, and designating social media-free zones in your home. Remember, you are in control of your attention. Even liking and commenting on positive posts will give one a more positive experience on social media. Now that chosen ones are controlling their social media, how can they guard themselves against those who would try to tear them down? The next section will show how the chosen can navigate negativity and those who are negative towards them. How can chosen ones respond to cyberbullying and online negativity with grace and resilience while still protecting their energy and boundaries? Unfortunately, even with the best intentions, you may encounter cyberbullying and negativity online. The Matrix often uses anonymous profiles to attack those who threaten the system. It is important to protect yourself. Resistance is expected. Cyberbullying and online negativity are often fueled by insecurity, envy, and a desire for power. It's important to recognize that these attacks are not a reflection of your worth, but rather a projection of the attacker's own inner turmoil. Don't fall into the trap of believing their lies. Responding with anger or defensiveness only fuels the fire. A better strategy is to respond with compassion, set boundaries, and seek support when needed. These attacks are more about the attacker than the target. The Matrix uses these tactics to silence dissent and discourage those who dare to challenge its control. They want you to feel ashamed, humiliated, and powerless, but you are not powerless. You have the strength and resilience to overcome these attacks and continue on your path. Consider some specific examples of how cyberbullying manifests online: name-calling, insults, threats, harassment, and spreading rumors or misinformation. These are all tactics used to undermine your confidence and silence your voice. If this happens to you, Don't blame yourself. Remember the biblical instructions to turn the other cheek, but also to be wise as serpents. For practical tips for responding to cyberbullying, try ignoring the attacker, blocking the attacker, reporting the attacker, and seeking support. Don't engage in arguments or try to defend yourself. Prevent them from contacting you. Notify the social media platform. Talk to a trusted friend, family member, or therapist. You are not alone. There are people who care about you and want to help you. Do not be afraid to reach out for support. It's also important to remember that what these attackers say is not the truth, but a reflection of their own inner darkness. The best revenge is to continue shining your light, undeterred by their negativity. The chosen one is now armed with compassion. The next section will shift to protecting the chosen one from within. Explain the final hurdle that chosen ones must overcome to truly break free and manifest their divine purpose. What is it that keeps the chosen one from accepting their own role? Chosen ones are equipped with tools for defense. What is the ultimate attack that the Matrix uses? Perhaps the most insidious tactic used by the Matrix system is the imposter syndrome, a persistent feeling of self-doubt and inadequacy that makes you question your abilities and worthiness, even when you have evidence of your success. The Matrix system knows your gifts and knows your potential, but most of all, it knows the threat that you pose to its continued control. Propose this as the final internal hurdle. Imposter syndrome is often rooted in perfectionism, fear of failure, and a tendency to compare yourself to others. The Matrix system amplifies these tendencies by constantly bombarding you with messages of inadequacy and promoting unrealistic standards. This creates a cycle of self-doubt and sabotage, preventing you from fully embracing your potential and pursuing your dreams. The Matrix system knows that if it can convince you that you are not good enough, you will never step into your power. It will use every trick in the book to keep you trapped in this cycle of self-doubt and insecurity. The media, education system, and even your own family and friends may unknowingly perpetuate these messages, reinforcing your feelings of inadequacy. Consider how imposter syndrome manifests in different areas of life. Downplaying your accomplishments, attributing your success to luck, and fearing being exposed as a fraud. Lisa's boss had asked her to lead a project that could change her career. She felt she lacked the confidence and even feared it, telling herself, "They'll see I'm not leadership material." Stories of successful individuals who have struggled with imposter syndrome abound. Even Jesus had doubters and haters. Viewers understand imposter syndrome. What is the cure? Now that chosen ones are aware of the imposter syndrome, how can they overcome it and embrace their true worth and potential? The truth is waiting to be discovered. Chosen one, what if the Matrix system has written a script for your life filled with limiting beliefs, but you have the power to rewrite that story and create a new narrative based on empowering truths? The system wants you to believe that your story is fixed, unchangeable, and predetermined. It wants you to accept its version of reality, a reality filled with limitations, fears, and self-doubt. But I'm here to tell you that your story is not written in stone. It is a living, breathing document that you have the power to revise and rewrite at any moment. Limiting beliefs are often unconscious and deeply ingrained, shaping your thoughts, feelings, and actions. These beliefs can stem from childhood experiences, societal conditioning, or negative self-talk. The Matrix system uses these sources to plant seeds of doubt in your mind, convincing you that you are not good enough, not worthy, or not capable of achieving your dreams. These beliefs become like invisible chains, holding you back from your full potential. You might find yourself saying things like, "I'm not smart enough to start my own business," or "I'll never find true love because I'm not attractive enough." These are not truths, they are lies whispered by the Matrix system. By identifying and challenging these beliefs, you can replace them with empowering truths that support your growth, success, and well-being. It requires you to actively take control of your narrative and consciously choose what you believe about yourself and the world around you. Consider some specific examples of common limiting beliefs that hold people back. "I'm not good enough," I'm not worthy of love, I'm not capable of achieving my dreams. These are all variations on the same core lie that you are somehow deficient or flawed. Think about how these beliefs manifest in your life. Do you avoid taking risks because you fear failure? Do you sabotage your relationships because you believe you are not worthy of love? Do you settle for less than you deserve because you believe you are not capable of achieving your dreams? The matrix system wants you to stay in this cycle of self-doubt and limitation, but you have the power to break free. Techniques for identifying and challenging limiting beliefs include journaling, cognitive restructuring, and affirmations. Journaling allows you to explore your thoughts and feelings, uncovering the root causes of your limiting beliefs. Cognitive restructuring helps you to challenge and reframe negative thoughts, replacing them with more positive and empowering ones. Affirmations are positive statements that you can repeat to yourself to reinforce empowering beliefs. Maria, who we talked about before, realized, "I am worthy of leadership," after writing an affirmation. There are countless stories of individuals who successfully rewrote their life stories by overcoming limiting beliefs and embracing empowering truths. Take the story of Oprah Winfrey, who rose from poverty and abuse to become one of the most influential media figures in the world. Or consider the story of Stephen Hawking, who overcame a debilitating illness to become one of the greatest scientific minds of our time. These individuals did not allow limiting beliefs to define them. They chose to believe in their own potential and to rewrite their stories, and you can do the same. Breaking free requires action. Chosen ones are now changing their outlook. What's next? Now that chosen ones are rewriting their stories, how can they build a strong foundation of self-love and self-acceptance to support their new narratives? Chosen one, what if self-love isn't a luxury, but a fundamental requirement for breaking free from the matrix system and fulfilling your divine purpose? The matrix system tells you that self-love is selfish, that it is arrogant, and that it is a waste of time. It wants you to believe that you are only worthy of love and acceptance if you meet certain external standards. But the truth is that self-love is not about narcissism or arrogance. It is about recognizing your inherent worthiness as a child of God, accepting yourself unconditionally, flaws and all, and treating yourself with the same kindness and compassion that you would offer to a loved one. Self-love is not about narcissism or arrogance, but about accepting and appreciating yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. It's about recognizing your inherent worthiness, treating yourself with kindness and compassion, and honoring your needs and desires. It's about understanding that you are a unique and valuable creation, deserving of love, respect, and happiness. This means acknowledging your strengths and celebrating your accomplishments, but also accepting your weaknesses and learning from your mistakes. It means setting healthy boundaries in your relationships, prioritizing your well-being, and saying no to things that drain your energy or compromise your values. Self-love is the foundation for building unshakable confidence and resilience in the face of the Matrix's challenges. It empowers you to stand firm in your truth, to pursue your dreams with passion, and to create a life that is aligned with your divine purpose. Practical tips for cultivating self-love include practicing self-compassion, setting boundaries, engaging in activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit, and celebrating your accomplishments. When you make a mistake, forgive yourself and learn from the experience. When you are feeling down, remind yourself of your strengths and accomplishments. When you are faced with a difficult decision, ask yourself what is in your best interest. These simple acts of self-care can make a profound difference in your overall well-being and your ability to resist the Matrix's control. Repeat after me: I am worthy of love and respect. I am capable of achieving my dreams, and I am grateful for all that I am. Repeat these affirmations daily and watch as your self-love blossoms and your confidence soars. God loves you unconditionally, and you are made in His image. Romans 8:38-39 says, "For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. If God loves you unconditionally, then why should you not love yourself? Self-love has been built. Now what is the final weapon? Now that chosen ones have built a strong foundation of self-love, how can they use their newfound confidence and worthiness to overcome their fears and step into their power? Chosen one, what if the matrix system uses your fears to keep you small and controlled, but you have the power to conquer those fears and create a life of limitless possibilities? The matrix system thrives on fear. It uses fear to manipulate you, to control you, and to keep you trapped in its illusion. It bombards you with messages of fear through the news media, through entertainment, and even through your own thoughts and beliefs. It wants you to believe that the world is a dangerous and scary place, that you are not safe, and that you need to rely on the matrix system for protection. Fear is a natural human emotion, but it can become debilitating when it prevents you from taking risks, pursuing your dreams, and living authentically. The matrix system often amplifies fears through negative messaging, societal pressure, and manufactured crises. It creates a climate of anxiety and uncertainty, making you feel like you are constantly on edge and that anything could go wrong at any moment. It is like a central prison. It is designed to keep you confined within its walls, preventing you from exploring the world, connecting with others, and discovering your true potential. The matrix system knows that a fearful mind is a controllable mind. It wants you to be afraid so that it can maintain its grip on your life. Fear manifests in different areas of life, such as fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of success, and fear of the unknown. Maybe you are afraid to start your own business because you fear failure. Maybe you are afraid to put yourself out there because you fear rejection. Maybe you are even afraid to succeed because you fear the responsibility and pressure that come with it. The matrix system uses these fears to keep you from taking risks, pursuing your dreams, and living authentically. It whispers lies in your ear, telling you that you are not good enough, that you are not worthy, and that you are not capable. But these are not truths. They are lies designed to keep you trapped. To overcome fear, you must first identify your fears and understand their root causes. What are you afraid of and why? Once you understand your fears, you can begin to challenge the negative thoughts and beliefs that fuel them. Replace those negative thoughts with positive and empowering ones. Take small steps outside your comfort zone. Visualize success and seeking support from trusted friends or mentors. Joshua 1:9 says, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous." Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. All paths are clear, but how can one maintain focus? Now that chosen ones are conquering their fears, how can they stay focused on their goals and avoid distractions that pull them back into the matrix system's control? Chosen one, what if the matrix system is constantly bombarding you with distractions, but you have the power to maintain focus and achieve your goals with unwavering determination? The system wants to keep you in a constant state of distraction. The system wants to pull you away from your divine path. What the matrix fears is your ability to change the world, to impact the world, and it knows this requires focus. The matrix system uses a constant stream of information, entertainment, and manufactured crises to distract individuals from their goals and keep them in a state of reactivity. This constant barrage of stimuli can be overwhelming, making it difficult to focus on what truly matters. It's like trying to navigate a crowded marketplace, with vendors shouting, music blaring, and people jostling for your attention. The matrix system is constantly vying for your attention, pulling you in different directions and making it difficult to stay focused on your goals. This requires active discipline. Discipline to fight the constant distractions. Discipline to fight through the lies of the matrix. To maintain focus, it's essential to set clear priorities, create a supportive environment, and develop strategies for managing distractions. To set clear priorities, identify your values, and align your goals with them. What is truly important to you in life? What do you want to achieve? Once you have a clear understanding of your values and goals, you can begin to prioritize your time and energy accordingly. Break down large goals into smaller, manageable steps. This will make them feel less overwhelming and more achievable. Create a daily or weekly to-do list to keep yourself on track. Use a planner or a digital tool to organize your tasks and prioritize your activities. Creating a supportive environment means minimizing distractions in your workspace, surrounding yourself with supportive and positive people, and setting boundaries with technology and social media. Turn off notifications on your phone and computer. Designate specific times for checking email and social media, and avoid mindlessly scrolling throughout the day. Seek out friends, family members, or mentors who support your goals and encourage you to stay focused. Share your aspirations with them and ask for their help in staying on track. However, you will fail at times. You must forgive yourself when plans are disrupted. Accept that setbacks are a normal part of the process and don't let them derail you. Learn from your mistakes and get back on track as quickly as possible. Chosen ones are ready to change the world. How does all of this combine? The conclusion is coming. Now that chosen ones have all the tools and strategies they need to break free from the matrix system, how can they use their newfound power to create a positive ripple effect in the world and inspire others to awaken? Chosen one, what if the matrix system isn't just taking your time and energy, but stealing your very purpose, replacing it with shallow ambitions that leave you feeling empty inside? This theft is perhaps the most impactful of all. The matrix system distracts you from your true calling by promoting materialistic values, status-seeking, and the pursuit of external validation. It encourages you to define yourself by your possessions, your achievements, and your social status, rather than by your inner qualities and your unique contribution to the world. Can you feel that longing, that sense of meaninglessness that creeps in despite external successes? That's the matrix at work, diverting you from your path. The matrix system uses advertising, media, and social pressure to promote these empty goals. Think about the constant bombardment of messages telling you that you need the latest gadget, the fanciest car, or the most impressive job title to be happy. Consider how social media encourages you to compare yourself to others, leading to feelings of inadequacy and a relentless pursuit of likes and followers. These systems often prioritize profit and control over genuine human connection and fulfillment. Corporations spend billions of dollars each year to convince you that their products will make you happier, more successful, and more loved. Yet studies show that materialism is linked to lower levels of happiness and life satisfaction. Take, for example, Sarah, who climbed the corporate ladder, earning accolades and a high salary. Yet, despite her external success, she felt empty inside. It wasn't until she started volunteering at a local homeless shelter that she discovered her true purpose, helping others. Sarah realized she had been pursuing the wrong goals. The Bible teaches about storing up treasures in heaven, not on earth. Matthew 6:19-21 says, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal." For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Are you investing your time, energy, and resources in things that will last, or are you chasing after fleeting pleasures and material possessions? Are you building your legacy on earth, or are you building it in heaven? The true thief has been revealed. Now, what are the steps to reclaim one's purpose? Now that chosen ones are aware of how the matrix system steals their purpose, how can they reclaim it and align their lives with their true calling? Chosen one, the key to reclaiming your purpose is not about finding a grand, world-changing mission, but about discovering your unique gifts and using them to serve the world with passion and authenticity. It's not about doing more, but being more. Everyone has unique gifts, talents, and passions that they can use to make a positive impact on the world. The first step is to identify these gifts and to cultivate them through practice and dedication. The second step is to find ways to use these gifts to serve others, whether through your work, your relationships, or your volunteer activities. Can you feel it, that pull towards something bigger than yourself, something that ignites your soul. That's your purpose calling. Practical tips for discovering your unique gifts include reflecting on your passions and interests, identifying your strengths and talents, asking for feedback from trusted friends and mentors, and experimenting with different activities and hobbies. What activities make you lose track of time? What problems do you enjoy solving? What do people often ask you for help with? These are clues to your unique gifts. Once you have identified your gifts, find ways to use them to serve others. Create art that inspires and uplifts others. Share your knowledge and expertise through teaching or mentoring. Advocate for social justice and environmental protection. Volunteer your time and talents to causes you care about. This can bring true fulfillment. Consider David. Before he was king, he was a shepherd boy who played the harp and wrote songs. He used his musical gifts to soothe King Saul and to express his love for God in the Psalms. These weren't just hobbies, they were divine gifts. His skills ultimately paved the way for his kingship. Exodus 35:30-35 describes how God filled Bezalel with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of artistic crafts. The same God that filled Bezalel is the same God that fills you. These are not coincidences. Chosen ones now know how to find their purpose. But what happens when they face outside resistance for living in that purpose? How can chosen ones protect their purpose from the Matrix's attempts to derail them and keep them from fulfilling their mission? Chosen one, once you have reclaimed your purpose, the Matrix system will likely send doubters and saboteurs your way to try to discourage you and derail you from your path. It's the ultimate test of faith. The Matrix system often uses negative people, discouraging messages, and unexpected obstacles to test your commitment to your purpose. These challenges are designed to make you question your abilities, doubt your vision, and give up on your dreams. Have you noticed how, as soon as you start making progress towards your goals, unexpected problems suddenly arise? That's the Matrix pushing back. Doubters and saboteurs operate by criticizing your ideas and telling you they won't work, trying to undermine your confidence and make you feel inadequate, and creating obstacles and challenges to slow you down or stop you altogether. They might say things like, "That's a nice idea, but it's not realistic," or "You're not qualified to do that," or "You're wasting your time." Don't listen to these voices. These are the tools of the Matrix. Surround yourself with supportive and positive people who believe in you and your vision. Set clear boundaries and refuse to engage in negative conversations. Focus on your vision and remind yourself why you are doing what you are doing. Trust in your own intuition and inner guidance. Protect your purpose at all costs. But here's a shocking truth. The Matrix system isn't just an external force. It's also a reflection of your own internal doubts and fears. The Matrix system amplifies your own limiting beliefs, making them seem bigger and more real than they actually are. This is what they don't want you to know. Remember Nehemiah. When Nehemiah set out to rebuild the wall around Jerusalem, he faced fierce opposition from Sanballat, Tobiah, and Geshem. They mocked him, threatened him, and tried to distract him from his mission. But Nehemiah refused to be discouraged. He prayed to God, set a guard against his enemies, and continued working with unwavering determination. Nehemiah 6:9 says, "They were all trying to frighten us, thinking, 'Their hands will get too weak for the work, and it will not be completed.' But I prayed, 'Now strengthen my hands.' Chosen ones, strengthen your hands with prayer. The chosen one now has ways to overcome resistance to their purpose. Now the biggest question remains, what is the ultimate impact the Matrix wants to prevent? What is the ultimate outcome for the chosen one if the chosen one lives in their divine purpose? Chosen one, the ultimate goal is to create a legacy of light, a lasting impact on the world that inspires future generations to awaken, embrace their power, and create a new reality based on love and truth. I want you to understand that your actions, your words, and your example can inspire others to break free from the Matrix's control and to create a more loving, just, and sustainable world for all. What is it that you want to be remembered for? Jr. Insider Martin Luther King Jr., who left a lasting legacy of social justice and equality through his unwavering commitment to nonviolent resistance. Consider Mother Teresa, who dedicated her life to serving the poor and the sick, leaving behind a legacy of compassion and selfless love. Think about the impact that these individuals have had on the world. Their legacies continue to inspire and uplift people. Mentor or coach others, create art or writing that inspires and uplifts, volunteer your time and talents to causes you care about, and leave a positive impact on your family and community. These acts contribute to your legacy of light. Proverbs 13:22 says, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." This inheritance is more than just material wealth. It is a legacy of righteousness, integrity, and faith. Chosen one, what kind of inheritance are you leaving for future generations? Are you teaching your children and grandchildren to love God, to serve others, and to stand up for what is right? Are you leaving a legacy of light that will shine brightly for generations to come? The body of the message is now complete. All the knowledge has been delivered. This empowers the chosen ones to go out and to be what they were meant to be. It is time to reinforce the message and call the audience to action. But we're just scratching the surface. What if I told you the matrix system also has ways to manipulate your physical well-being? Chosen one, what if the perfect time you're waiting for to pursue your dreams is a carefully constructed illusion by the matrix system to keep you stuck in inaction? They don't want you to know this. The matrix system perpetuates the belief that you need to have everything perfectly aligned: finances, skills, resources, and more before you can take action. This leads to procrastination, analysis paralysis, and a constant feeling of being unprepared. The perfect time, in their twisted game, will never arrive. It's a mirage designed to keep you running in place. The matrix system reinforces this illusion through societal messaging, subtly whispering doubts and conditions into your mind. You need to finish your degree before you can start your business, they say. You need to lose weight before you can find love, they insist. You need to save enough money before you can travel, they declare. These messages, seemingly harmless, are chains that bind you to a future that never arrives. How many dreams have been deferred? How many passions have been stifled, waiting for a perfect time that simply doesn't exist? Think about it. It's a system of control disguised as common sense. Consider the story of a young woman named Emily who dreamed of starting her own bakery. She waited for the perfect time, telling herself she needed more experience, more capital, and a flawless business plan. Years passed, and Emily remained stuck in a dead-end job, watching others pursue their passions while her own dream withered. Then there's Mark, who started his business with a minimal budget and a willingness to learn. He faced numerous challenges and setbacks, but his determination and adaptability propelled him forward. It wasn't long before his business thrived. He often says, "If I had waited for the perfect time, I would have missed out on the greatest adventure of my life." The Bible speaks of acting in faith, trusting in divine timing, not waiting for conditions to be perfect. Ecclesiastes 11:4 says, "Whoever watches the wind will not plant, whoever looks at the clouds will not reap." This verse reminds us that if we wait for the perfect conditions, we will never take action. The time to plant is now, regardless of the weather. The time to step into your destiny is now, regardless of the obstacles in your path. Chosen one, the illusion of the perfect time has been revealed. But if not the perfect time, what then? Now that you are aware of this matrix system trap, how can you break free from it and start taking action now, even if you don't feel fully prepared? The key to breaking free from the perfect timing illusion is to embrace imperfect action, to start before you're ready, to trust the process, and to learn and grow along the way. It's about defying the matrix's carefully laid plans. Taking imperfect action involves letting go of the need for control and perfection and being willing to make mistakes. It's about focusing on progress over perfection and trusting that the universe will guide you as you take steps forward. Momentum is the most important ingredient in this recipe. Small steps lead to big changes. To embrace imperfect action, Set small, achievable goals that you can accomplish quickly. Focus on taking one step at a time rather than trying to do everything at once. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small, to build momentum and stay motivated. Learn from your mistakes and use them as opportunities for growth. Share your journey with others and seek support when you need it. The matrix system wants you to feel isolated and overwhelmed, but you are not alone. There is strength in community. I remember when I first felt called to ministry. I didn't feel ready, I doubted my abilities, I questioned my worthiness, but I knew that God was calling me to step out in faith, even if I didn't have all the answers. I started small, sharing my testimony with a few friends, then speaking at local churches, and eventually launching my own ministry. It wasn't always easy. There were setbacks, criticisms, and moments of doubt. But through it all, I trusted that God was guiding me. Trust is key. Proverbs 16:9 says, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." This verse reminds us that while we can make plans, it is God who ultimately directs our path. The Bible speaks about taking steps forward, even when things aren't clear. Trust in Him. As chosen ones take imperfect action, what happens when they face criticism? The journey is beginning. This brings us to our next section. How can you build resilience and maintain your momentum in the face of setbacks, criticism, and unexpected challenges? Chosen one, setbacks are inevitable on the path to fulfilling your purpose, but you have the power to build unbreakable resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges and maintain your momentum, no matter what. This is your divine armor against the attacks of the matrix. Resilience is not about avoiding challenges, but about developing the inner strength and coping mechanisms to overcome them. It involves cultivating a positive mindset, building a strong support system, and learning from your experiences. How do you overcome? By faith. Practice gratitude, even in the midst of difficult circumstances. Focus on the positive aspects of your life, and remember all that you have to be thankful for. Develop a growth mindset and view challenges as opportunities for learning and growth. Don't let setbacks define you. Use them to become stronger and wiser. Build a strong support system of trusted friends, family, or mentors who can offer encouragement and guidance. Engage in activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit, such as prayer, meditation, exercise, and spending time in nature. Protect your peace. Consider the story of Job from the Bible. Job faced unimaginable suffering, losing his wealth, his children, and his health. Yet through it all, he maintained his faith in God. Job 42:5 says, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you." Job's resilience in the face of adversity is an inspiration to us all. Even when everything seems to be falling apart, you can choose to trust in God's plan for your life. The matrix cannot steal your faith. Resilience has been built. What's the end goal? What is the ultimate outcome for you, chosen one, if you successfully resist the matrix's manipulation and embrace your true potential? The outline now shifts into how to channel your newfound power into positive energy. I need you to understand what's coming next. Chosen one, the matrix system wants you to believe that you are powerless, but you have the ability to channel your unique gifts and talents to create positive change in the world, starting with yourself. This is the ultimate rebellion against their control. Everyone has a unique purpose and a set of gifts that they can use to make a difference. This involves identifying your strengths, passions, and values and finding ways to use them to serve others and create a more loving, just, and sustainable world. It starts with the self and expands outward. Create art that inspires and uplifts others. Share your knowledge and expertise through teaching or mentoring. Advocate for social justice and environmental protection. Start a business that solves a problem or meets a need in your community. Volunteer your time and talents to causes you care about. These actions, seemingly small, can create a ripple effect of positive change that transforms the world. The matrix system fears this because your light is contagious. The power to change the world resides within you, waiting to be unleashed. It's time to stop playing small and step into your greatness. It's time to use your gifts to make a difference. Lean into your gifts. 1 Peter 4:10 says, "Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others, as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms." This verse reminds us that we are all called to use our gifts to serve others. Consider the story of Esther. Esther was a Jewish woman who became queen of Persia. When she learned that Haman was planning to exterminate the Jewish people, she used her position and influence to save them. She was risking her own life, but she knew that she had to act. Esther 4:14 says, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Chosen one, you have been placed in your current circumstances for a reason." What will you do with your gifts? How will you use your influence? The world awaits your answer. The final stages are approaching. How can others get involved? The video will soon conclude with the final message, but first, how can you encourage others to awaken and embrace their power, creating a ripple effect of positive change that transforms the world? But we're just scratching the surface. What if I told you the matrix system is now influencing your own body? Chosen one, what if the matrix system's most cunning tactic isn't external control, but severing your direct connection to the divine, inducing a cosmic amnesia that makes you forget who you truly are? This isn't just about controlling your actions. It's about impacting your very spiritual essence. The matrix system doesn't want you to remember your infinite potential. The matrix system thrives on keeping individuals disconnected from their spiritual source. They understand that a population connected to the divine is ungovernable. The matrix system achieves this disconnection through various means, promoting rampant materialism, encouraging dependence on external authority, and actively suppressing intuitive abilities. This creates a cosmic amnesia, making individuals forget their divine origins, their inherent worth, and their boundless potential for spiritual growth. It separates you from your source, leaving you vulnerable and lost. Think of it as a spiritual lobotomy designed to keep you docile and compliant. They want you to forget your power. Consider the relentless advertising of consumer goods, the glorification of wealth and status, and the obsessive emphasis on external appearances. The matrix system bombards you with messages that equate happiness with possessions, distracting you from the inner peace and fulfillment that comes from connecting with the divine. This constant noise discourages inner reflection and spiritual practices, trapping you in a cycle of desire and consumption. It's a carefully orchestrated distraction designed to keep you chasing shadows while the truth lies dormant within you. Organized religion, once a source of spiritual guidance, has often become a tool for control, with an emphasis on following rigid rules and dogma rather than developing a personal, intimate relationship with the divine. The suppression of mystical experiences and intuitive abilities further reinforces this disconnection, leaving individuals feeling lost and spiritually adrift. The matrix prefers blind obedience to independent thought. Remember, the Pharisees followed the letter of the law, but missed the spirit entirely. What would Jesus say about that? The Bible speaks of forgetting God or one's true nature. Psalm 106:21 says, "They forgot God their Savior, who had done great things in Egypt." This verse serves as a stark reminder of the human tendency to forget our divine origins and the miracles that God has performed in our lives. The matrix system exploits this tendency, amplifying our forgetfulness and luring us further away from the truth. Chosen one, do you now see the depth of this deception? The chosen one is now realizing the importance of connecting to the divine. So how can chosen ones reconnect with their spiritual source and overcome the matrix's attempts to induce cosmic amnesia? Is there a path back to remembrance? The key to overcoming cosmic amnesia and rekindling your divine spark lies in actively engaging in practices that reconnect you with your spiritual source. This isn't a passive process. It requires conscious effort and dedication. Are you ready to take the first step, cultivating inner stillness and connecting with a higher power through regular meditation and prayer allows you to quiet the noise of the matrix and access your intuition and inner guidance. Meditation isn't about emptying your mind, but about creating space for divine wisdom to enter. Prayer isn't about begging for favors, but about aligning your will with God's will. This allows you to hear the still, small voice within that whispers truth and guidance. What is it telling you? Spending time in nature, immersing yourself in its beauty and wisdom, helps you to ground your energy, connect with the earth, and remember your interconnectedness with all living things. Nature is a powerful antidote to the artificiality of the matrix. When you walk barefoot on the earth, you are grounding yourself, discharging negative energy, and reconnecting with the planet's natural rhythms. The sun, the trees, the water, they all carry divine energy. Feel it flow through you. Engaging in activities that foster creativity and self-expression, such as art, music, writing, or dance, allows you to tap into your inner wisdom and express your authentic self. Creativity is a direct link to the divine. When you create, you are co-creating with God, bringing forth something new and beautiful into the world. Don't censor yourself. Don't worry about being perfect. Just express yourself freely and authentically. Let your divine spark shine. For cultivating meditation and prayer practices, find a quiet space where you can be alone and undisturbed. Start with just a few minutes each day and gradually increase the duration as you become more comfortable. Experiment with different styles of meditation, such as mindfulness meditation, guided meditation, or mantra meditation. For prayer, try different techniques, such as gratitude prayer, intercessory prayer, or contemplative prayer. There are countless resources available online and in libraries to guide you. The scientific benefits of spending time in nature include reduced stress, improved mood, and increased creativity. Spiritually, nature helps you to connect with the divine order and harmony of the universe. Grounding, also known as earthing, involves direct skin contact with the earth, such as walking barefoot on grass or sand. This practice has been shown to reduce inflammation, improve sleep, and boost the immune system. Get outside and reconnect with the earth. Find creative outlets that resonate with you and dedicate time to these activities on a regular basis. Don't worry about being good at it. The goal is not to create a masterpiece, but to express yourself and connect with your inner wisdom. Whether it's painting, writing, playing music, or dancing, find what brings you joy and make it a priority. This isn't a luxury, it's a necessity for your spiritual well-being. Connection with the divine has been re-established. However, the Matrix will seek to disrupt that relationship. How does the Matrix exploit divine gifts? Now that chosen ones are reconnecting with their spiritual source, how can they protect themselves from the Matrix's attempts to exploit their divine gifts and turn them against themselves? This battle is far from over. Be vigilant, chosen one, for the Matrix system is cunning. It will seek to distort your divine gifts, turning them into liabilities that hinder your progress and dim your light. They will use your strengths against you. They're counting on it. The Matrix system often takes the chosen one's natural abilities and twists them, such as compassion becoming enabling behavior, empathy turning into emotional exhaustion, or intuition leading to paranoia. What was once a source of strength becomes a weakness, a tool used against you. This is how the Matrix system operates, turning blessings into curses. This requires constant awareness and discernment. Consider compassion. It is a beautiful gift, allowing you to connect with the suffering of others and offer comfort and support. However, the Matrix system can twist compassion into enabling behavior, leading you to support harmful habits or relationships. You may find yourself constantly giving and giving without setting healthy boundaries, draining your energy and preventing you from fulfilling your own purpose. When you enable others, you actually hurt them in the long run, preventing them from learning and growing. Where do you draw the line? Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, can become a source of emotional exhaustion if not managed properly. The Matrix system can overload your senses, bombarding you with negative emotions and causing you to absorb the pain of others. This can lead to burnout, anxiety, and depression, leaving you feeling drained and unable to help yourself or others. How do you protect your energy? Intuition, your inner guidance system, can become a source of anxiety and fear if twisted by the Matrix system. They can flood your mind with paranoia, leading to distrust, and isolation. You may start to question everyone's motives, seeing danger where none exists. This can lead you to push away those who are meant to be trusted, isolating yourself from the support and guidance you need. How do you discern truth from lies? The need for balance and guidance is essential. The matrix system preys on extremes, pushing you towards imbalance. Seek guidance from trusted sources, whether it's a spiritual mentor, a therapist, or a wise friend. Learn to discern the difference between genuine intuition and fear-based paranoia. Set healthy boundaries to protect your energy and prevent emotional exhaustion. Remember, self-care is not selfish. It's essential for maintaining your strength and effectiveness. What is the balance that allows the chosen one to benefit from their gifts without being harmed by the Matrix's attacks? Now that chosen ones are aware of how the Matrix system can distort their divine gifts, how can they use these gifts responsibly and ethically to serve others and create positive change in the world? This is the question we must answer. The key to mastering your divine gifts lies in using them responsibly and ethically with intention and discernment, always seeking to serve the highest good. This isn't about suppressing your gifts, but about channeling them in a way that benefits both yourself and others. How can you use your gifts to create positive change? Developing discernment to know when and how to use your gifts requires one to not throw their pearls before swine. Not everyone is ready to receive your gifts. Some may misuse them, reject them, or even attack you for them. Trust your intuition to guide you in discerning who is worthy of your gifts and who is not. Be selective in who you share your wisdom and energy with. Protect your pearls. Setting clear ethical boundaries and using your gifts in alignment with your values requires one to do no harm. Your gifts should never be used to manipulate, control, or exploit others. They should always be used to uplift, empower, and heal. Before you act, ask yourself, is this in alignment with my values? Will this cause harm to anyone? If the answer is no, proceed with caution, approaching your gifts with humility and using them to serve others rather than for personal gain or ego gratification requires one to remain humble. Your gifts are not a reflection of your own worth or superiority. They are simply tools that God has given you to serve others. Use them with gratitude and humility, always remembering that you are a vessel for divine energy. Don't let pride cloud your judgment. Share practical examples of how to use different gifts responsibly and ethically. If you have the gift of healing, use it to offer comfort and support to those who are suffering, but don't try to force healing on anyone who doesn't want it. If you have the gift of teaching, use it to share your knowledge and wisdom, but don't become arrogant or condescending. If you have the gift of leadership, use it to inspire and empower others, but don't become a dictator. Listen for and follow internal guidance. Pay attention to your intuition, your dreams, and your gut feelings. These are all ways that the divine communicates with you. Trust your inner wisdom to guide you in using your gifts responsibly and ethically. The more you listen, the clearer the guidance will become. The Bible provides countless examples of leaders who used their gifts for good, such as Moses, David, and Esther. Study their stories and learn from their example. These figures are examples of using one's gifts for good. How does all of this tie back to the community of chosen ones? In preparation for the outro, discuss building and supporting communities with your divinely inspired gifts. Chosen one, you are not alone on this journey. The journey of awakening and transformation can be challenging and isolating, but you are not alone. Connecting with other chosen ones and building a supportive community is essential for your growth and well-being. You need others to lean on, to share your burdens, and to celebrate your victories. Connecting with like-minded individuals who share your values and understand your experiences can provide validation, encouragement, and inspiration. The Matrix system wants you to feel isolated and alone, but there is strength in numbers. When you connect with other chosen ones, you realize that you are not crazy, that your experiences are valid, and that you are part of something bigger than yourself. This validation is essential for maintaining your sanity and your motivation. Building a supportive community can help you to stay grounded, focused, and resilient in the face of the Matrix's challenges. When you are surrounded by people who understand you and support you, you are less likely to succumb to the pressures of the matrix. You can lean on each other for strength, wisdom, and encouragement. Together, you can overcome any obstacle. Find strength in numbers. For connecting with other chosen ones, seek out online communities, attend workshops or retreats, or start your own local group. Be open to meeting new people and sharing your story. Be vulnerable and authentic, and you will attract others who resonate with your energy. Don't be afraid to reach out and connect. You are not alone. Be active in the community. Share your experiences, offer your support, and participate in discussions. The more you give, the more you will receive. There are existing communities that have been built, and the ways they assist one another. They offer emotional support, practical advice, and spiritual guidance. They organize events, share resources, and advocate for change. They are a beacon of light in a dark world. Seek them out and become a part of something bigger than yourself. This section empowers community. This is the final step before the outro. The knowledge has been delivered. The chosen ones have been empowered. The video will end with a final message of support. The video will conclude with an affirmation, building on the community aspect. But what if the community you are building is being attacked? How can you spot the warning signs and protect yourselves from infiltration? The next section reveals how the matrix system can destroy communities of light from the inside out. Chosen one, what if the reality you perceive is a carefully constructed illusion, a hall of mirrors designed by the matrix system to distort your perception and keep you from seeing the truth? The matrix system hasn't just made the world appear as something it is not. It has warped the very fabric of your understanding. The matrix system manipulates information, creates false narratives, and distorts sensory input to create a warped perception of reality. This prevents individuals from accessing objective truth and keeps them trapped in a state of confusion and delusion. The matrix doesn't just subtly influence, it actively reshapes your world, making the world look the way it wants, not the way it is. This isn't about occasional misinformation, it's about a systemic distortion of your reality. Consider the constant bombardment of biased news. News outlets selectively report information, frame events to fit a particular agenda, and use emotionally charged language to sway public opinion. This constant stream of biased information creates a distorted view of the world, making it difficult to discern what is actually happening. The truth becomes a casualty. This isn't accidental. The matrix system understands that if they control the narrative, they control the population. Propaganda and misinformation are even more insidious. They deliberately spread false or misleading information to manipulate public opinion, often using fear and emotional appeals to bypass critical thinking. The matrix system uses propaganda to demonize certain groups, promote certain ideologies, and justify certain actions, creating a climate of division and distrust. This constant barrage of lies can be overwhelming, making it difficult to know who to trust and what to believe. Social media algorithms amplify these distortions, creating echo chambers where you are only exposed to information that confirms your existing beliefs. This reinforces your biases and makes it even more difficult to see the world objectively. The matrix system uses these algorithms to isolate individuals, preventing them from encountering dissenting viewpoints and fostering a sense of polarization. Have you ever noticed how your social media feed seems to be tailored to your existing beliefs? This is not a coincidence. Even the creation of virtual realities blurs the lines between what is real and what is not. These immersive experiences can be incredibly compelling, making it difficult to distinguish between the virtual world and the physical world. The matrix system uses virtual realities to distract individuals from their problems, to escape reality, and to create a sense of control in a world that feels increasingly chaotic. But is this escapism, or is it just another layer of the matrix? The system wants you distracted. It's shockingly easy to be fooled by AI today. Deepfake technology can create realistic videos of people saying or doing things they never actually said or did. AI-generated art can mimic the styles of famous artists. AI-powered chatbots can impersonate real people online. This makes it increasingly difficult to know what is real and what is fake, eroding trust in institutions and individuals. These technologies are advancing at an exponential rate, making it even more challenging to discern truth from falsehood. Jesus warned his followers to not be deceived. Matthew 24:4 states, "See to it that no one deceives you." This warning is even more relevant today, in a world saturated with misinformation and propaganda. We must be vigilant, discerning, and critical thinkers. We must question everything, verify information from multiple sources, and rely on our intuition and spiritual guidance to discern truth from falsehood. Do not blindly accept what you are told. Seek the truth for yourself. The chosen one now sees the distorted world. What are the steps to seeing the real one? Now that chosen ones are aware of the Hall of Mirrors effect, how can they develop the ability to see through the illusion and perceive reality with clarity and accuracy? Shattering the illusion requires a conscious and consistent effort to develop your discernment, cultivate your intuition, and seek out objective truth. This is not a passive process. It requires active participation and a commitment to critical thinking. The matrix system doesn't want you to see clearly. Are you ready to fight for your clarity? The first step is to develop your critical thinking skills. Question everything. Refuse to accept anything at face value. Verify information from multiple sources. Identify logical fallacies and biases. This requires a conscious effort to challenge your own assumptions and to consider alternative perspectives. The matrix system relies on your complacency. Do not be complacent. Cultivate your intuitive awareness. Tune into your inner knowing. Pay attention to your gut feelings. Trust your intuition. It is a powerful tool for detecting inconsistencies and deception that your rational miss. Why miss? The matrix system tries to drown out your intuition with noise and distractions. Learn to quiet the noise and listen to your inner voice. It will guide you. Ground yourself spiritually. Connect with your spiritual source through prayer, meditation, or other spiritual practices. Seek guidance from a higher power. This will help you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to the truth. The matrix system wants to disconnect you from your spiritual source. Do not let them. Reconnect with the divine. Fact-checking websites are a valuable tool for verifying information and identifying misinformation. Snopes.com and PolitiFact.com are two reputable fact-checking websites that investigate claims and rate their accuracy. Use these resources to verify the information you encounter online and in the media. It's important to check the claims of both sides of the political spectrum. Logical fallacies are flaws in reasoning that can lead to invalid conclusions. Common logical fallacies include ad hominem attacks, straw man arguments, and appeal to emotion. Learn to identify these fallacies so that you can evaluate arguments more effectively. There are many resources available online that can teach you about logical fallacies. Intuition often communicates through feelings, images, and dreams. Pay attention to these signals. Keep a journal to record your intuitive insights. Practice mindfulness meditation to quiet your mind and become more attuned to your inner voice. Trust your gut. If something feels off, it probably is. Connect this to biblical teachings of connecting to God. Jeremiah 33:3 states, "Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." This verse reminds us that God is always available to guide us and reveal the truth to us. We must simply ask and listen. He is waiting to speak to you. Viewers have been given the tools to see clearly. How are those who can't be reached affected? What does this mean for those who are trapped in the matrix and unable to awaken? Is there any hope for them? As chosen ones, you may feel a strong desire to awaken everyone around you, but it's important to understand and accept that not everyone is ready or willing to see the truth. This can be a difficult realization, especially when you care deeply about someone. You can't save everyone, but should you try? The matrix system is very powerful, and many people are deeply entrenched in its illusions. They are comfortable in their ignorance, unwilling to question their beliefs, or afraid of the consequences of awakening. Forcing your beliefs on others can be counterproductive and can damage your relationships. It's important to respect the free will of others and to focus your energy on those who are open to receiving your message. Only water the seeds that can grow. Do not waste your time on barren ground. Attempts to awaken others can backfire, leading to conflict, rejection, and resentment. When you try to force your beliefs on someone who is not ready to hear them, they may become defensive and resistant. This can damage your relationship and make it even more difficult for them to awaken in the future. Choose your battles wisely. Discernment is key. Look for signs that a person is open to being awakened, such as curiosity, a willingness to question their beliefs, and a dissatisfaction with the status quo. If someone is resistant to your message, it's best to respect their wishes and focus your energy elsewhere. You can't force someone to see the truth, but you can plant seeds and hope that they will eventually sprout. Matthew 7:6 warns, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." This verse reminds us that not everyone is worthy of our wisdom and that we should be selective in who we share our spiritual knowledge with. Protect your pearls. You can't save everyone, so what is your obligation? Now that chosen ones understand the limitations of their influence, how can they focus their energy on those who are ready to awaken and create a positive ripple effect in the world? Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. Instead of trying to force others to awaken, focus on your own transformation, becoming a beacon of light that attracts others to the truth. This is not about proselytizing or preaching. It's about living your truth and allowing others to be inspired by your example. Your actions speak louder than words. The most effective way to awaken others is to live in alignment with your values, to embody the principles of love, truth, and compassion, and to share your story with authenticity and vulnerability. By radiating positive energy and creating a life that is inspiring and fulfilling, you will naturally attract others who are seeking something more. Lead by example, not by demand. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Share your stories of overcoming adversity and finding purpose. When you share your experiences with vulnerability and authenticity, you create a space for others to connect with you on a deeper level. Your story may be the inspiration that someone else needs to awaken. Don't be afraid to be yourself. Your authenticity is your power. Create art that inspires and uplifts others. Art has the power to bypass the rational mind and speak directly to the soul. Use your creativity to create art that promotes love, truth, and compassion. Your art can be a catalyst for awakening. Let your creativity flow. Lead movements for social justice and environmental protection. When you stand up for what you believe in, you inspire others to do the same. Your activism can be a powerful force for change. Don't be afraid to speak out against injustice. Your voice matters. Practical tips include leading by example by being kind, honest, and compassionate in your interactions with others. Seek the truth in all things and be open to new perspectives. Share your knowledge and wisdom with those who are ready to hear it, but respect the free will of others. Create a life that is inspiring and fulfilling, and others will naturally be drawn to your light. Jesus taught, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14, your light is meant to shine, to inspire others, and to guide them towards the truth. Don't hide your light under a bushel. Let it shine brightly. The end is near. This shift to attraction and personal transformation is the last lesson and the final chance to reinforce key information. The final section is next, but this is just the beginning. What does it all lead to? Chosen one, what if the very words you use are shaping your reality, and the matrix system has subtly programmed those words to keep you trapped in an invisible cage? The language you speak, the thoughts you entertain, and the narratives you consume are not neutral. They are weapons in a silent war for your mind. Are you aware of the prison built of language? The matrix system subtly influences language to reinforce limiting beliefs and restrict your potential. It's a sophisticated form of mind control, where the very words you use become the bars of your prison. This includes the use of disempowering phrases like "I have to," which implies a lack of choice, "I can't," which shuts down possibilities, and "that's just the way it is," which accepts limitations as unchangeable truths. These phrases are not just innocent expressions, they are carefully crafted tools to keep you compliant and unfulfilled. Can you see how the system works? Consider how the media focuses on problems, not solutions. News reports are filled with stories of conflict, disaster, and corruption, creating a sense of fear and helplessness. The constant barrage of negativity subtly programs you to believe that the world is a dangerous and chaotic place, making you less likely to take risks or pursue your dreams. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. For example, they'll focus on rising crime rates without discussing community-led initiatives that are actually working to reduce violence. Or they'll hype up political divisions without highlighting areas of bipartisan agreement. What are they really hiding? These phrases perpetuate negative self-perception and limit possibilities. When you constantly tell yourself, "I'm not good enough," you undermine your confidence and sabotage your efforts. When you say, "I'll never be successful," you close yourself off to opportunities and reinforce a belief in scarcity. These limiting beliefs become self-fulfilling prophecies, shaping your reality in accordance with your negative expectations. Do you see how your words become your world? The Bible speaks of the power of the tongue in Proverbs 18:21. "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit." Your words are not just empty sounds. They have the power to create or destroy, to bless or curse, to liberate or imprison. Choose your words wisely, for they will shape your destiny. Will you break free from the curse? Now that chosen ones are aware of how limiting language can constrict their reality, how can they reprogram their vocabulary to create a more empowering and abundant life? The power is in your hands. You have the power to break free from the invisible cage of limiting language by consciously choosing words that empower, inspire, and create a reality of abundance. This is not just positive thinking, it's a spiritual practice, a way of aligning your thoughts, words, and beliefs with the divine potential within you. Your words are seeds. What are you planting? Here is a three-pronged strategy for reprogramming your language. First, identify limiting phrases. Become aware of the disempowering language you use and actively replace it with empowering alternatives. Instead of saying, "I have to go to work," say, "I choose to go to work." This simple shift in language acknowledges your agency and reminds you that you have the power to make choices. Instead of saying, "I can't do that," say, "I can learn to do that." This opens up possibilities and empowers you to grow. Instead of saying, "That's just the way it is," say, "I am creating a new reality." This affirms your power to shape your own destiny. Which will you choose? Second, affirm your potential. Use positive affirmations to reinforce your worth, abilities, and potential for success. Speak your intentions into existence. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm not good enough," declare, "I am fearfully and wonderfully made." Instead of thinking, "I'll never be successful," proclaim, "I am attracting abundance into my life." Instead of thinking, "I'm not worthy of love," affirm, "I am worthy of love and belonging." Write these affirmations in the first person, present tense, and repeat them daily with conviction. Watch how your life transforms. Third, visualize your desires. Use vivid and descriptive language to visualize your desired outcomes. Immerse yourself in the sensory details of your dreams. Instead of just thinking, "I want to be wealthy," visualize yourself living in your dream home, driving your dream car, and giving generously to causes you care about. Feel the emotions of joy, gratitude, and abundance as you visualize your desires. The more vividly you can imagine your dreams, the more likely you are to manifest them into reality. See it, believe it, achieve it. Now that chosen ones are aware of how to reprogram their language, what tools does the Matrix use to disrupt their intention? The enemy is relentless. Be aware, chosen one, the Matrix system will not relinquish its control easily. It will attempt to infiltrate your mind with intrusive thoughts and negative programming to undermine your progress. These attacks will come when you least expect them, often disguised as your own thoughts and feelings. Are you prepared for the battle? The matrix system often uses fear-based thoughts, negative self-talk, and limiting beliefs to sabotage your efforts and keep you trapped in a cycle of negativity. These thoughts can be intrusive, persistent, and difficult to control. They may tell you that you're not good enough, that you're going to fail, or that you don't deserve to be happy. These thoughts are not your own. They are implants from the matrix, designed to keep you enslaved. Will you let them win? How can you recognize the signs of this mental attack? Constant self-doubt, negative thought loops, and a sense of being overwhelmed by negativity are all red flags. You may also experience feelings of anxiety, depression, or hopelessness. It's important to recognize these signs early so that you can take action to protect your mental state. Remember, you are not alone in this battle. What techniques can you use to deflect negativity and protect your mental state? First, practice mindfulness. Pay attention to your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Observe them as an outside observer, recognizing that they are not who you are. Second, challenge negative thoughts. Ask yourself if they are based on facts or assumptions. Look for evidence that contradicts your negative beliefs. Third, replace negative thoughts with positive affirmations. Counteract negative self-talk with empowering statements about your worth and potential. Declare war on the thoughts that seek to destroy you. Philippians 4:8 instructs, "Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Set your mind on good things." Now that chosen ones are equipped to defend their minds, how can they recognize and avoid situations where the matrix has undue influence? The system is insidious and pervasive. To truly thrive, chosen one, you must learn to recognize and avoid environments that are heavily dominated by the matrix system, for these places can drain your energy, stifle your creativity, and limit your potential. These environments are like spiritual quicksand, sucking you down into a state of conformity and despair. Can you identify them? Certain environments, workplaces, social circles, media, etc., are more heavily influenced by the matrix system than others. These environments are characterized by negativity, competition, conformity, and a lack of authenticity. They promote a culture of fear, where individuals are afraid to speak their minds or express their true selves. They prioritize profit over people, and they reward those who blindly follow the rules. Are you trapped in one of these places? Specific examples include workplaces where backstabbing and gossip are rampant, social circles where everyone is trying to outdo each other, and media outlets that promote sensationalism and division. These places reinforce negative behavior by rewarding those who conform and punishing those who deviate. They create a climate of distrust and competition, making it difficult to build genuine relationships. How can you escape? Red flags include a culture of fear, a lack of transparency, and a disregard for individual well-being. If you feel like you're constantly walking on eggshells, if you're afraid to speak your mind, or if your values are being compromised, it's a sign that you're in a matrix-dominated environment. Trust your gut. Your intuition will always guide you in the right direction. Listen to your intuition. Your inner voice is a powerful tool for detecting environments that are not aligned with your highest good. Pay attention to how you feel when you're in a particular place or with certain people. If you feel drained, anxious, or uncomfortable, it's a sign that you need to distance yourself. Your peace is not negotiable. Now that chosen ones are aware of the environments dominated by the matrix system, how can they create or find supportive communities that foster their growth, creativity, and well-being? What is the alternative? The ultimate goal, chosen one, is to create your sanctuary, a supportive community and environment that nourishes your soul, empowers your spirit, and helps you to thrive in alignment with your divine purpose. This is your safe haven, your place of refuge, your source of strength and inspiration. Are you ready to build it? Creating your sanctuary involves consciously choosing the people you surround yourself with, the places you spend your time, and the activities you engage in. It's about creating a space where you feel safe, supported, and inspired to be your authentic self. This is not a passive process. It requires intentionality and commitment, but the rewards are immeasurable. Seek out like-minded individuals who share your values and support your goals. These are your tribe, your soul family, your chosen ones. Connect with them online or in person and build relationships based on trust, respect, and mutual support. Together, you can create a powerful force for good in the world. Never underestimate the power of community. Create a home environment that is peaceful, inspiring, and clutter-free. Your home should be a place where you can relax, recharge, and reconnect with yourself. Decorate it with things that bring you joy and create a space that is conducive to creativity and inspiration. Your environment shapes your reality. Engage in activities that nourish your mind, body, and spirit. This could include reading, writing, listening to music, spending time in nature, practicing yoga, or meditating. Find activities that help you to connect with your inner self and to cultivate a sense of peace and well-being. Self-care is not selfish. It's essential. Limit your exposure to negative influences and energy vampires. Distance yourself from people who drain your energy, criticize your dreams, or try to bring you down. Protect your energy field from negative influences and surround yourself with positivity and light. Your energy is precious. Examples of supportive communities include spiritual groups, mastermind groups, and online forums. These communities provide a space for you to connect with like-minded individuals, share your experiences, and receive support and encouragement. Find your tribe and thrive. All of this leads to greater power and freedom. But what happens when the matrix system targets your loved ones? What hidden agendas are at play, and how can you protect those closest to you from its influence? We'll explore this shocking reality next. Chosen one, what if the matrix system's most effective strategy is to keep you isolated in your own cell, preventing you from connecting with other chosen ones and realizing your collective power? The greatest fear of the matrix isn't your individual strength, but your combined potential. The matrix system thrives on division, fostering a culture of individualism, competition, and distrust that makes it incredibly difficult for chosen ones to find each other and build strong, supportive communities. This deliberate isolation prevents you from sharing your knowledge, talents, and resources, critically weakening your ability to dismantle the matrix and create a new reality. A single ember can be extinguished easily, but a roaring fire, that's an entirely different story. Chosen ones in isolation are far less effective and far less dangerous to the system than chosen ones united. The matrix knows this. Do you? Consider how the matrix system promotes isolation. The glorification of self-reliance permeates our culture, making it seem weak to ask for help. The emphasis on individual achievement in schools and workplaces creates a competitive environment where collaboration is often discouraged. Online echo chambers reinforce existing beliefs, further isolating individuals from diverse perspectives and creating deeper divisions. The constant spread of misinformation and division through social media sows distrust, making it harder to form genuine connections with others. Each of these tactics, seemingly innocuous on their own, works together to create a powerful force of isolation. Have you ever noticed how the media often portrays successful people as lone wolves, individuals who achieved greatness through sheer grit and determination? This narrative subtly discourages collaboration and reinforces the idea that you have to do it all on your own. The truth is, behind every great achievement, there's a team of people working together, supporting each other, and sharing their expertise. The Matrix wants you to believe you are alone, but stories of individuals who broke free from isolation and found strength and empowerment in connecting with others abound. Take the story of Maria, a gifted healer who felt isolated and misunderstood in her small town. She struggled to share her gifts, fearing judgment and ridicule. But when she found an online community of like-minded individuals, she discovered a safe space to share her experiences and learn from others. This connection empowered her to start a local healing practice, which quickly became a beacon of hope for her community. Maria's transformation is a testament to the power of connection. The Bible warns against isolation in Ecclesiastes 4:9-12. Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Also, if two lie down together, they will keep warm. But how can one keep warm alone? Though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. The Bible sees community as the antidote to despair and weakness. Now that chosen ones are aware of how the matrix system promotes isolation, how can they actively seek out and connect with other like-minded individuals and build strong, supportive communities that will lead to exponential growth? The time for solitude is over. The key to breaking free from the isolated cell is to actively seek out and connect with other chosen ones to find your tribe and build a supportive network that empowers you to thrive. You cannot dismantle the matrix alone. You need other chosen ones, individuals who share your vision, your values, and your commitment to creating a better world. But where do you find these individuals? And how do you build a community that can withstand the pressures of the matrix system? The answer lies in a 3-pronged strategy. First, leverage online communities. Utilize online platforms and social media groups to connect with like-minded individuals who share your values and interests. Actively engage in discussions, share your experiences, and offer support to others. Don't just lurk in the shadows. Be an active participant in the community. Share your knowledge, ask questions, and offer encouragement to those who are struggling. Online communities can provide a sense of belonging and connection, especially for those who feel isolated in their local communities. Look for groups focused on spirituality, personal growth, social activism, or specific areas of interest. Use search terms like spiritual awakening, conscious community, manifestation, or dismantling the matrix to find relevant groups. Participate in discussions, share your insights, and build relationships with other members, but be discerning. Not all online communities are created equal. Be wary of groups that promote negativity, division, or harmful ideologies. Look for communities that are based on love, respect, and mutual support. Second, attend in-person gatherings. Workshops, conferences, and retreats that focus on personal growth, spirituality, and social activism provide opportunities to connect with like-minded individuals in a more intimate setting. Seek out local communities and organizations that align with your purpose. Attend meetings, volunteer your time, and get involved in activities that resonate with your soul. In-person interactions can foster deeper connections and create lasting bonds. Check out local yoga studios, meditation centers, and spiritual organizations. Attend workshops on topics that interest you, such as energy healing, conscious parenting, or sustainable living. Volunteer at a local charity or nonprofit organization that aligns with your values. Attend community events and festivals that celebrate diversity and inclusion. The key is to get out of your comfort zone and put yourself in situations where you can meet new people. Third, practice intentional networking. Reach out to individuals who inspire you, offer your support, and build genuine relationships. Focus on quality over quantity and seek out connections that are based on mutual respect, trust, and shared values. Don't be afraid to approach people you admire and offer your assistance. Share your knowledge and talents, and be willing to learn from others. Building genuine relationships requires vulnerability and authenticity. Be yourself, be honest, and be open to connecting with others on a deeper level. This could be the most difficult, but is also the most fruitful. In all of your interactions, online and offline, be authentic and genuine. Lead with your heart and your values. Don't try to be someone in, not to fit in. Be true to yourself, and you will attract the right people into your life. The matrix system will try to convince you to compromise your values and conform to its standards. Resist this temptation and stand firm in your truth. The chosen one is strong because they are themselves. This is how to build community, but be vigilant. The matrix system will attempt to infiltrate and divide your community, using tactics of misinformation, manipulation, and discord to undermine your collective power. Are you ready for this attack? Be vigilant, chosen one, for the matrix system will attempt to infiltrate and divide your community, using tactics of misinformation, manipulation, and discord to undermine your collective power. The enemy will not sit idly by while you build a strong, supportive network of chosen ones. It will use every tool at its disposal to sow seeds of doubt, create conflict, and disrupt your unity. You must be prepared to defend your tribe from these attacks. The collective is only as strong as its weakest link. The matrix system often uses false flags, propaganda, and divisive rhetoric to create conflict and distrust within communities of chosen ones. False flags are events or incidents that are designed to look like they were carried out by one group, when in reality they were orchestrated by another. Propaganda is the spread of misinformation or biased information to manipulate public opinion. Divisive rhetoric is language that is designed to create conflict and division between people. The matrix system uses these tactics to pit chosen ones against each other, preventing them from working together to dismantle the system. Watch for the false flags. Energy vampires, individuals who drain the energy and enthusiasm of others, are another common tactic used by the matrix system to infiltrate and disrupt communities of chosen ones. These individuals often exhibit traits of narcissism, negativity, and control. They thrive on drama and conflict, and they seek to undermine the confidence and self-esteem of others. Be wary of individuals who constantly criticize, complain, or manipulate others. Set boundaries with these individuals and limit your exposure to their negativity. Energy vampires thrive in darkness. How can you protect your community from these attacks? First, be discerning. Critically evaluate information before sharing it with others. Check your sources and be wary of sensationalized or biased reporting. Second, promote open and honest communication within your community. Encourage members to share their thoughts and feelings and create a safe space for respectful dialogue. Third, address conflict directly and constructively. Don't let disagreements fester and divide your community. Fourth, set clear boundaries with energy vampires and limit their access to your community. Fifth, reinforce your shared values and goals. Remind each other of what you're working towards and why it's important. United we stand, divided we fall. The Bible warns of false prophets in Matthew 7:15-20. Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. Every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. Thus, by their fruit you will recognize them. Be aware of the wolves in sheep's clothing. Now that chosen ones are protecting their communities from infiltration and division, how can they harness their collective power to create a positive ripple effect in the world? The power of the collective is about to be unleashed. When chosen ones unite, their collective power becomes a force that can transform the world, creating a new reality based on love, truth, and freedom. You are not just individuals. You are part of a powerful movement that is changing the course of history. When you work together, share your gifts, and support each other, you can amplify your impact and create a positive ripple effect that extends far beyond your individual efforts. The matrix system trembles at the thought of your collective power. This involves setting shared goals, developing collaborative strategies, and celebrating each other's successes. Identify areas where you can work together to create positive change. Start a community garden, organize a local event, or launch an online campaign. Share your skills and resources with others and be willing to learn from their experiences. Celebrate each other's accomplishments and offer support during times of challenge. Collective success breeds even more success. Communities of chosen ones have already created positive change in the world. They have started movements for social justice and environmental protection, building sustainable communities launching innovative businesses, and creating art that inspires and uplifts others. These are just a few examples of what is possible when chosen ones unite. What will you create together? Find ways to participate in a chosen one community. Join a local group, attend a conference, or connect with others online. Share your gifts, offer your support, and be a part of something bigger than yourself. Together, you can create a world where love, truth, and freedom prevail. Remember, the power of the collective is not just about achieving external goals. It's also about creating a supportive and loving community where you can grow, learn, and thrive. Love one another, support one another, and inspire one another. Together, you can create a new reality that reflects your highest aspirations. The only limit is your imagination. This community is strong and ready to make a difference. But what happens when the matrix system pulls at your heartstrings, targeting your empathy and compassion to manipulate your actions? How do you navigate these emotional minefields and stay true to your purpose? We'll explore this complex and often painful reality next. Chosen one. What if every chosen one emits a unique, energetic signature, a beacon that the matrix system uses to identify, track, and target those who pose a threat to its control? It's not just about what you do, but the very essence of who you are that the matrix system fears. The matrix system operates not just on a physical or digital level, but also on an energetic one. This signature is composed of a complex interplay of your thoughts, your emotions, your deepest held beliefs, and your most fervent intentions. The strength and clarity of this signature directly correlates with your potential to disrupt the matrix. You, chosen one, have the power to shake the foundations of this false reality, and the matrix knows it. It senses your light, your truth, your unwavering commitment to something greater than yourself. This is not just a metaphor. It's a fundamental aspect of the spiritual warfare you are engaged in, whether you realize it or not. Are you ready to understand how this works, and more importantly, how to protect yourself? Think of it like this. In the realm of physics, quantum entanglement demonstrates how two particles can be linked together in such a way that they share the same fate, no matter how far apart they are. Similarly, your energetic signature is entangled with the collective consciousness, resonating with others who are also awakening to the truth. This resonance is what draws you to like-minded individuals, creating communities of chosen ones who are working together to dismantle the matrix. Have you ever heard someone talk about vibes? That's just a surface-level recognition of the deeper energetic reality. Each person has a unique energetic output, a vibrational frequency that reveals their inner state. Consider people who have a strong presence. When they enter a room, they command the attention of everyone present without saying a word. This is not merely charisma or physical attractiveness. It's the power of their energetic signature. They carry themselves with confidence, radiating a sense of purpose and authority that is palpable to those around them. The matrix system recognizes this power, and it seeks to suppress it, to dim your light, and keep you from realizing your full potential. This gift is related to the Holy Spirit that believers carry, the divine spark that sets them apart and empowers them to do great things. The source of being targeted is now known. So what can be done about it? How can chosen ones learn to mask their energetic signatures to avoid detection and protect themselves from the matrix's attacks? It's time to learn the art of concealment, to become masters of energetic camouflage. Just as a skilled spy can blend into any environment, chosen ones can learn to mask their energetic signatures, becoming invisible to the matrix system's detection mechanisms. This is not about suppressing your true self, but rather about becoming more strategic in how you express your energy, protecting yourself from unwanted attention while still shining your light. It's about mastering your inner landscape so you can navigate the outer world with greater skill and discernment. Are you ready to become a spiritual ninja, moving undetected through the shadows of the matrix? This requires a three-pronged strategy. First, emotional regulation. Cultivate emotional stability and reduce extreme emotional fluctuations. Learn to observe your emotions without being consumed by them. Think of your emotions as weather patterns, constantly shifting and changing. You don't have to identify with every passing cloud or be swept away by every storm. Instead, learn to observe your emotions with detachment, recognizing them as temporary states that do not define you. This will help you to create a more stable and consistent energetic signature, making you less easily detected. There are many techniques that one can use to master emotional regulation. Breathwork can be used to calm your emotional state. When your emotions take hold, focus on your breathing to regain control. Second, subconscious reprogramming. Identify and release limiting beliefs, negative thought patterns, and unresolved traumas that imprint on your energetic signature. Rewrite your inner narrative. Your subconscious mind is like a fertile garden. Whatever you plant there will eventually grow and manifest in your life. If you plant seeds of fear, doubt, and negativity, you will reap a harvest of suffering and limitation. But if you plant seeds of love, faith, and abundance, you will reap a harvest of joy, fulfillment, and prosperity. Hypnosis can assist in reprogramming your subconscious mind. You can find guided meditations online or seek out a qualified professional. Third, authentic alignment. Live in alignment with your true values and purpose. Express your authentic self without seeking external validation. This changes the very base of the signature. When you live in alignment with your values, you radiate a sense of integrity and wholeness that is undeniable. You no longer need to seek validation from others because you know who you are and what you stand for. This is the ultimate form of protection because it makes you impervious to the manipulations of the matrix system. Connect with your true self by spending time in nature, engaging in activities that bring you joy, and surrounding yourself with people who support and uplift you. Masking is a powerful tool, but what if the source of the signature is too strong? It can still be detected and located. Now that chosen ones are learning to mask their energetic signatures, what happens when the matrix amps up its detection? The game is about to change, and you must be prepared for what's coming. Your deepest wounds, your unresolved traumas, and your limiting beliefs are not just internal struggles. They act as amplifiers to your energetic signature, making you an easier target for the matrix system. The matrix system knows your vulnerabilities, and it will exploit them to keep you trapped in its web of control. It will use your fears, your insecurities, and your past traumas to manipulate your thoughts, emotions, and actions. But you don't have to remain a victim of your past. You have the power to heal your wounds, release your limiting beliefs, and reclaim your power. Are you ready to embark on a journey of profound transformation? Unhealed trauma creates energetic blockages and distortions that make your signature more intense and erratic. This is like a flare in the darkness, drawing unwanted attention. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the energy. Think of a time when you were overwhelmed by anger, fear, or grief. Did you feel like you were radiating that emotion outwards, affecting everyone around you? That's because your energetic signature was amplified by your emotional state. The matrix system can detect these fluctuations and use them to track you, manipulate you, and ultimately control you. Do not give them this leverage. Limiting beliefs might have stemmed from childhood trauma. Perhaps you were told that you were not good enough, not smart enough, or not worthy of love. These beliefs can become deeply ingrained in your subconscious mind, shaping your thoughts, emotions, and actions throughout your life. They can sabotage your relationships, limit your career potential, and prevent you from achieving your dreams. The matrix system reinforces these beliefs, bombarding you with messages that confirm your fears and insecurities. Remember, you are worthy of love, success, and happiness. The need for self-love can be directly connected with a need to heal inner wounds. When you love yourself unconditionally, you are able to accept your flaws, forgive your mistakes, and embrace your imperfections. You no longer need to seek validation from others because you know that you are worthy of love just as you are. Self-love is not selfish. It is essential for your well-being and your ability to thrive. It is the foundation upon which you build a fulfilling and meaningful life. Some wounds cannot be healed alone, and community can help in the healing process. Connect with others who have experienced similar traumas, share your stories, and offer each other support. Community can provide a sense of belonging, validation, and hope. It can remind you that you are not alone and that you have the strength to overcome your challenges. Find a community that is based on love, respect, and mutual support. The Bible offers countless examples of overcoming past hurts. Take the story of Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers. He endured years of hardship and betrayal, but he never lost faith in God. Eventually, he rose to a position of power in Egypt, and he was able to forgive his brothers and provide for their needs. Joseph's story is a testament to the power of forgiveness, resilience, and the transformative power of faith. But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:19-20. Deep healing is now required. But what are the steps? Now that chosen ones understand how trauma amplifies their energetic signatures, what are the steps they can take to heal their wounds, release limiting beliefs, and reclaim their power? It's time to step into your role as a healer, not just for yourself, but for others as well. You have the power to transform your deepest wounds into sources of empowerment and resilience, transmuting the energy of trauma into a force for positive change. This is not about denying your pain, but rather about using it as fuel for your growth and transformation. It's about recognizing that your wounds are not a weakness, but a source of strength, compassion, and wisdom. You have the power to alchemize your pain into purpose, turning your scars into stars. Are you ready to become a master alchemist, transmuting your trauma into triumph? This requires a three-pronged strategy for energetic alchemy. First, acknowledge and validate. Acknowledge the reality of your trauma and validate your emotional experiences. Allow yourself to feel the pain without judgment or resistance. Suppressing your emotions will only make them stronger. Instead, allow yourself to feel your feelings fully without getting carried away by them. Practice self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. It's all right to be hurt, it's all right to be angry, and it's all right to grieve. Second, seek support and guidance. Connect with trusted friends, family members, therapists, or support groups who can provide empathy, understanding, and guidance. You don't have to go through this alone. There are people who care about you and want to help you heal. Reach out to them, share your story, and allow them to support you on your journey. If you feel overwhelmed, seek professional help from a therapist or counselor who specializes in trauma. The matrix system wants you to feel alone and isolated, but you are not. Third, reframe and integrate. Reframe your trauma narrative by finding meaning and purpose in your experiences. Integrate the lessons you have learned into your life and use them to empower yourself and others. Your trauma does not have to define you. You can choose to use it as a catalyst for growth, resilience, and positive change. Reframe your story by focusing on your strengths, your resilience, and your ability to overcome adversity. Be open and honest. The first step is to acknowledge the trauma and to be honest with yourself. Share resources for getting help, because so many do not have that help. Affirm that it may not be easy, but that it is possible. It may be difficult, and it may take time, but it is possible to heal your wounds, release your limiting beliefs, and reclaim your power. You are not a victim, you are a survivor, and you have the strength to create a new reality for yourself. This healing leads to light. It will empower one to be an example to others. With this transmutation of energy, what can you put out into the world? The world is in desperate need of your light, your love, and your compassion. By embracing your authentic self and sharing your gifts with the world, you can inspire others to awaken to their own potential and create a more loving and just reality for all. Are you ready to step into your role as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path for others to follow? By embracing your authentic self and radiating your unique light, you become a beacon of hope and inspiration for others, drawing them out of the shadows of the matrix and into the freedom of truth. You are not just healing yourself, you are healing the world. Your transformation is not just for your own benefit, it is a gift to humanity. Your purpose is to embody the qualities of love, compassion, truth, and authenticity in your daily life. By living in alignment with your values and sharing your gifts with the world, you inspire others to awaken to their own potential and create a more loving and just reality for all. Consider how individuals have inspired others to awaken. Think of activists who have fought for social justice, artists who have created works that inspire hope and healing, and spiritual leaders who have guided others on their path to enlightenment. These individuals have not been afraid to shine their light, even in the face of adversity. They have used their voices, their talents, and their actions to create positive change in the world. You too have the power to inspire others. What action can you take today to make a difference? There are many practical tips for embodying light. Practice gratitude, express kindness, and forgive others. Cultivate joy, embrace creativity, and pursue your passions. Speak your truth, stand up for what you believe in, and use your voice to advocate for change. Meditate, pray, and connect with your higher power. Spend time in nature, nourish your body with healthy foods, and get plenty of rest. The more you embody these qualities, the brighter your light will shine. Remember the power of your light. You are a chosen one, a beacon of hope in a world of darkness. You have the power to transform your own life and to inspire others to do the same. Don't let the matrix system dim your light. Embrace your authentic self, radiate your unique gifts, and create a new reality for yourself and for all of humanity. This is the ultimate goal. The body of the message is now complete. This empowers the chosen ones to go out and to be what they were meant to be. It is time to reinforce the message and call the audience to action. This video will lead into a powerful and supportive outro, reminding you of your strength, your purpose, and your unwavering connection to the divine. But we're just scratching the surface of this battle. What happens when the Matrix weaponizes empathy, turning your compassion against you? We'll explore this dangerous manipulation next. As we draw near to the end of this transmission, chosen ones, let us reflect on the profound truths that have been revealed. This message is not merely a collection of words. It is a divine appointment, a call to arms for those who are ready to step into their power. The gravity of this moment cannot be overstated. The Matrix system's greatest fear is not rebellion, but the inherent power and potential of the awakened chosen one. You possess the power to change things. Independent thought, unyielding intuition, focused manifestation, and boundless unconditional love are the weapons that the Matrix cannot comprehend, let alone control. The challenges and struggles you face are not signs of weakness, but irrefutable evidence of your power, the Matrix's desperate attempts to suppress your light. Remember this always. The Matrix may try to isolate you, to make you feel alone in your journey, but know this, you are not. The unbreakable community of chosen ones is a source of immeasurable strength, support, and resilience in the face of the Matrix's relentless attacks. You are connected to a network of like-minded individuals, souls who are awakening to the truth and ready to collaborate in the dismantling of this false reality. Together, you amplify your power, creating a ripple effect of positive change that reverberates throughout the world. Find your tribe, chosen one. Connect, collaborate, and rise together. The ultimate choice now lies before you, chosen one. Will you remain trapped in the Matrix's illusion, bound by its limiting beliefs and manipulated by its insidious tactics? Or will you embrace your power, shatter the chains of illusion, and create a new reality, a world built on truth, love, and freedom? The power to choose is yours and yours alone. The Matrix seeks to steal this power, to dictate your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Do not surrender this sacred gift. Own your choices and own your destiny. Now, chosen one, I call upon you to take a specific action, a bold step that will further your journey of awakening and empowerment. Share this video with those who need to hear its message, those who are still trapped in the Matrix's web of deceit. Comment below with a powerful declaration of your commitment to freedom, a testament to your unwavering resolve to break free from the illusion. And subscribe to this channel for more empowering content, more divine revelations that will guide you on your path. Remember also that you can contribute to this ministry through the link provided, and that doing so will open doors to many blessings. Let us now speak an affirmation of truth. I am a chosen one, imbued with divine power and unwavering potential. I am capable of creating a new reality, a world filled with love, truth, and freedom. I embrace my destiny, and I walk boldly into the future, knowing that I am guided and protected by the divine. We come together now in prayer, asking for guidance, strength, and unwavering protection on this journey. May you be shielded from the darkness, illuminated by the light, and empowered to fulfill your divine purpose. Go forth, chosen one, and shine your light upon the world. But know this, chosen one, we've only begun to scratch the surface of this profound battle. What happens when the Matrix weaponizes empathy, turning your own compassion against you, manipulating your desire to help others into a tool for your own enslavement? We will explore this dangerous manipulation in our next transmission. Are you ready to learn how to protect your heart, even as you fight for the liberation of others?